Hello, Howard. Hello.
Hi, Igor. How are you?
I'm excellent.
Happy
Today
Friday.
was,
Happy
yes,
non-farm Friday.
yes. So it was really, really crazy. Can we start? I can share just the Forex calendar for all traders today because this was the basic news today. And I can tell you that I was a little bit surprised that we have a better employment change in this for the last month, and it's a little bit. Uh, I'm surprised because all these reports before, like jobs and employment data, etc., were very, very bad, and
Yeah.
now we got this better than expected non-farm employment change. What do you think about these results?
Yeah, it's probably the most unpredictable figure out there when you think about it. The amount of time the economists they get it wrong. But as you say, not so much in line with recent stuff. So interesting. Is it like a one month aberration, or is it start of some new trend? I don't know. But it seems to be perhaps a good excuse for people to take profits on their short dollar positions, huh?
Yes, yes, but I just check all these results for example, the ADP non-farm employment change was 37K only. It was 3 times less than expected, and
Yeah.
now we have this good data. It's really, really, really little bit. No, I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this, and this is why I had one pending trade. I wanted to buy euro dollar and British pound dollar, and everything messed up because I realized that the US dollar going stronger today.
Yeah.
So maybe we can discuss a little bit and talk about US dollar. Uh, uh, I can uh, I can start and uh, check the weekly chart because right now when I watch this weekly chart, I can see that we have two dodgy candles. What do you think about this chart
That's
and two dodgy candles? Do you see some reversal right now? Did you change your perspective
yeah.
related to the US dollar?
Sure. I mean, I think that's the way it's obviously, we're not closed yet for the week. We've still got a few hours to go, but it's forming a bit of a lower shadow on the weekly candle for sure. And then if you put that in next to last week's kind of attempt at breaking lower, come back in again, no
Yes.
real aggression on the way down. So maybe if it closes here for the week, then maybe it's time for a bit of a rebound. But I wouldn't say it's the bottom of the dollar downtrend, but maybe we just see a bit of a snapback going into next week, a bit more choppy stuff. But it
Yes.
seems that this week was a good opportunity for the sellers, the dollar sellers, to make new lows, but it hasn't happened. So it's a
Yes.
bit. Yesterday was a bit of an opportunity that the dollar really should have made new lows yesterday, because we had that big move yesterday. As you say, there's been some bearish numbers for the US dollar, and here we are pretty close to where we open the week, a doji, as you say.
Yes.
So if we stay here, then it may be good for a bounce next week for the dollar.
Yes. Yes. So I would just give a little bit recap from my side, and then we will see your charts. First, to say hello to James.
Hi,
Hello,
James.
James. Uh, Please ask any comment if you have, ask any question if you have during this session, and I will start first to talk a little bit about US dollar index first. So today, when we watch the US dollar index, I was a little bit surprised how the price moves here. And first, what's happened today is yesterday we touch really, really big low for the US dollar index, and I just thought that we can continue in that direction, but surprisingly, just a couple hours, price started to go up for US dollar, and the whole Euro session, and I can say a little bit the Asia session, we had a bullish trend. And just a couple hours before the news, I realized that we retested this resistance, and then we got the two bearish candles. So I decided 1 hour before the NFP to try to buy euro dollar and British pound dollar with some positions, and it was the wrong decision because price was so volatile, and there's no any push upside for euro dollar and British pound dollar today. So the whole market just went bearish for euro dollar and British pound dollar. So I will show you the British pound dollar chart. And as you can see, yesterday we had a really good push, and we almost touched the institutional level of 1.362. That weekly level we had in 2020 and 2021, the last time. And what's happened there then, it was that there was a V shape after the push, like today, like today and yesterday. So I could watch more carefully the history, because what's happened yesterday, we hit, for example, for British pound dollar, we hit ultimate high. So this is the highest high in the last 5 years, and there is no any high on the left. And because of that, we have a fresh high. And usually, if we can see in Forex market the V shape, it will be when we have this fresh high or fresh low. And we had yesterday, and rejection was very, very strong. And after that, the price just started to go down and down and down. And as you can see right now, we are approaching to the weekly low, and the whole market is going in opposite direction. A lot of times I make the biggest mistake that usually I make when I try to enter into position is that I try to use Fibonacci retracement and think about retracement and that continuation of the trend. However, if we just go, I'll go to the 30-minute chart for the British pound dollar just to see this. You can see this. I will show you trend line and relative strength. When we started the Euro session, we got this is clear, and it should be some kind of the guide that today we are bearish for British pound dollar. And if I plan to do something, wait for a push upside and sell. And my mistake was because in this moment here, in the beginning of the Euro session, it was the Frankfurt Open. In that moment, I calculated and see, oh, we are very near to 50% natural retracement. Now it will retrace, and I had some trading plan, etc., which was wrong. Why? Because before that, I need to respect this trend line. I need to respect that we are bearish, and I have a wish to continue bullish for British pound dollar, but it's only my wish. I need to respect what I see on the chart. So this was a huge mistake that I make with bias. So I was still bullish, even that every single moment and every single technical point was against me. So relative strength index indicator trend line shows the bearish trend. After the Frankfurt Open, moving average 50 in 1 hour chart, I will just show that. So it was a really clear breakout. Look this huge breakout. This is the end. Even that you believe that it will recover, this is the end. If we go and touch again simple moving average, it will be retested and then down again. So everything was clear. And of course, during the NFP report, we touched the low, then we start to go up, retest the simple moving average, and now we're still very, very bearish. So I think that a lot of traders, after the news, they use the news. Yes, they use the news to find a better level. So some of them enter at 1.356 and get very, very good level for a bearish move. So it's very good. Of course, in prop companies, traders cannot do that, but it's very good when you get the news. The news are, for example, good for US dollar. The trend is already bearish, and you see how market is retest something. You can use that order, but the problem for me usually, and this is the problem that I have years and years and struggle with that, is to have a good bias. So sometimes I said myself, in the moment when UK open start, I need to have bias for that day, and I need to stick that bias and respect that bias. If it's bearish, it's bearish. Sometimes I expect something from the news. I have some crazy scenario in my head, and this is mistake because I need to respect what I see on the chart. Wish is one thing, and what's happened on the chart is another thing. So everything was clear. So I don't know how I missed that. On the other side, the very similar situation was with the euro dollar. As you can see, I will just show you here. We can draw a trend line. So this was the high. Look this. So this is 45 degrees bearish trend line here. Point in the middle of the Asia session. So I was sleeping. So we didn't have any push upside. So I don't know in which way, in my mind, I saw that it will be recover. Actually, I know because when I was on the simple moving average, as you can see, we had a couple bullish candles here, and you think, oh, this is reversal, now we'll go up. But of course, I didn't respect the trend line. The trend line needs to be respected, and that was the mistake, the biggest mistake that I make, but too often, because a different wishes, a different news, scenarios, everything mess up in your head, and sometimes you just forget the basic things which are really, really important to respect. So this was the something important for this day. And in the futures market, if we analyze the euro dollar, for example, uh, we can see uh, one false, I can say false attempt. This is the moment when I a little bit made mistake. So we were bearish, but we retest, as you can see, important support, previous resistance. We hit that and make a bullish candle, and that was a little bit, as you can see here. Here it was a signal for buying. However, it looks okay. We are a simple moving average. We have a bullish candle. There is some reaction here. Nice. We can go up and up. But what was mistake here? The mistake here when you watch this chart is, first, what time is it? The time was in the middle of the Asia session. So it was not UK session. There's no volume, huge volume. Look, the volume was, I think, 300 here on futures market, which is really low. And this was one mistake, because these kind of the trades are very good, but you really need to have a good volume. I will just give order here. But look, this volume here is 1.36K. It's a 5 times bigger volume, and you can then understand that this signal is much better when you retest the session. I will just give you I should not watch that, because usually it's a false signal that I make. And I think the futures market is very good, because we can add the volume, you can add a couple indicators and see some insights that we cannot see on CFDs. And these interesting facts on support, reaction on support, resistance, it should be the higher volume, because then you can have a clearer signal there. And except the euro dollar and British pound dollar, I'm watching the Aussie dollar. Here situation is almost the same on the intraday level. We are bearish because of a stronger US dollar. But if we go to the daily chart for Aussie dollar, you can see something that I really don't like, and that is that from the April 14 up today, we are up down in some kind of the range. So full 2 months we are in the range, and I wait to see breakout, either upside, either downside, to enter in any trade related to the Aussie dollar and related
that's
the
that's
Kiwi
a lot.
dollar. There's no clear.
Yeah, there's some nice
Yes,
nice setups forming on those ones. It's very nice. I think bullish setups forming on those things.
yes, we are forming that, but like I said, we need to wait to see what will happen. But because sometimes in intraday sessions and sometimes on these daily, weekly sessions, what we can see is, we can see, for example, false breakout, and then start to go and start a strong bearish trend. And I saw that so many times, and I said myself, do not trade above the resistance or below support zone, and only then wait for a test and then enter into trade, because there's so many false signals, and in that case you can be trapped. Yes, and have a lot of problems. And one of the boring pairs that I'm watching and not trade, which is really the mess for me, because if I watch this is some triangle pattern for me. So we can draw a bearish trend line, we can draw the bullish trend line, and we can watch how price is dancing somewhere, but there's no clear bias yet, even that I want to sell and be on the short side. I'm out while I don't see something good.
Yeah.
For example, if I want to sell US dollar, Japanese yen, I would like dots, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. And if I see the breakout of this trend line, and then I will be interested to sell US dollar, Japanese yen. But till then, I will avoid that. So this is the interesting fact. And the other thing that I want to share with you is related to the gold. What happened is that yesterday, when the price was the highest for euro dollar and British pound dollar, we then got 2 or 3 bearish candles before anyone. So the gold, someone started to short gold in the moment, how that knows what's happened in the market. And before that US dollar started to go up, we got this bearish down. And today we just confirmed that bearish trend, small reaction, and then continuation of this bearish trend. So I'm bearish gold, but I don't have any good point to enter in this trade. So this is the things that I'm watching. This is something that I think that today I'm out of all trades, because I don't have a clue what will happen to the end of the day. The only thing that I'm watching right now is the price levels, which can be triggered to the end of the Fridays and only to make a new plan, weekly plan for the next week. So this is my first part of this session. Your charts and just one second, Howard. I got a question, and just to answer to the Andre and the James, I will be very, very fast.
Sure.
So related to the James, I'm still dollar bearish. Overall, on the weekly chart, I'm bearish dollar too. But the problem is with the US dollar, I will just share that on the screen, is that we are really broke this former support, former resistance, now support, and we're pushing higher here. So we will be here somewhere in this zone, very near to the 99.6 level, and I will watch what will happen here. But even that I want to be short on the US dollar, I need to respect this bullish trend and wait to see any clue, any change, anything interesting. But the other thing related to the British pound dollar, I see just to see this level, yes, about fail level. So I will just share you a screen. Okay, so right now we are around 1.352. So this is the level, the main level. Now, as you can see, the weekly low here was at 1.3450. So we are 70 pips above the weekly low. It's very hard to predict where the price will fall. There is a probability that we go up to this 1.345 level because I don't see any strong support here that can hold if the market push downside. However, the good thing is that we're really oversold today. Today is a Friday, so I don't think that we can push so higher, so lower actually. So the next week will be interesting. I would like to wait to see some. Actually, I will wait for some break because we will have some kind of the break. I will show you that on the chart. Right now we are bearish. We are below this line. Or when I see breakout, but this trend can really continues. Can be really, for example, whole Monday can be down. It's possible. And I will wait to see the price action, and then I will react. So it's very hard to predict the good level, just because one thing, we cannot use the Fibonacci retracement because we are already below 61% of the Fibonacci retracement. If we calculate, we will see that we got more than 80 pips, down for British pound dollar. So really now we just need to wait either to support actually weekly open, either to wait for some new low, which maybe it's not smart to predict. And what is the next question? I'm in gold buy, James said. Related to the gold, I will just go here. So when we talk about gold, US dollar is too strong, and just because of that can push gold lower because we have gold / US dollar. So this is why I'm avoiding this trade because it's against the major trend. However, there is a level which was the low. I will just show that this was the low from the yesterday for the gold. Maybe if I decide to buy, but more scalping strategy than anything else, I could buy on that level here, which was the yesterday low, and wait maybe for some kind of reaction. However, I don't see that market can push higher here. I think that we are here on this in a very bad bearish moment for gold. So it's not either to enter sell right now, neither to sell, neither to buy right now. So it's a just to wait for some important price level and to wait for some reaction. So this,
I got to just to say something on while you're on that chart. It does look like gold, if the dollar's going higher, which it looks like it wants to, then gold probably should crack that support level. I'd be a little bit concerned if I'm bullish longer term, but it's starting to show a little bit of weakness. So
yes. So would you like to add the charts, Howard?
Absolutely, yeah. Okay, let's just go through some of these things. So right now, the only trade I'm in right now, and I took it after the payroll, is long sterling yen. Now, sterling yen, obviously, it's the sterling is outperforming against most currencies, although obviously it's a bit weak against the dollar today because the dollar is generally strong. But on the weekly, we're kind of we've been in a trading range for quite a long time, and the last kind of swing, I believe we're still within the upswing from this recent low. So it's been kind of trending higher on a weekly chart. We had a rejection here at the resistance, came back, buyers came in, another push higher, rejected again at resistance, came back. So two kind of big rejections at resistance. And then this week it tried to break down and make a double top, but here we are pushing up for the third test of these highs. So I think this could be something that could surprise everybody. A bit of a run higher on sterling yen in particular, maybe euro yen as well. That's quite possible too. So that one's quite good. I got into that one around 55. So I've got a little bit of open profit on that one. If we get a pullback towards 95.60 or something, 95.50, that area, pretty much where I went in, that could be a good place maybe to join this trend. But it looks to me like we're kind of getting ready for a crack at this high, and obviously the one before it. So 96.40, 96, just below 96.40. So once we can get through there, then I think we're going to start to see a big acceleration higher on sterling yen. So moving across to just to show you the outperformance of sterling on the euro, for example. So onto the daily actually. Quite some time now, is the euro has been falling against a stronger pound. So we've got this kind of downtrend, an uptrend for the sterling, downtrend for the euro. And more recently, we've had a kind of a correction from the low, and it looks like the sellers are coming back in here in this downtrend. So maybe sterling will start to appreciate against the euro as well. So it seems to be sterling seems to be quite a strong currency, although not against the dollar right now, kind of thing. So that's really my kind of current trade. Moving across to some of these majors. So just on euro dollar first of all. So long term, obviously still very bullish for me, still really, really bullish. Major low back in 2022, first wave up, second wave correction ABC, and then this is the first leg of what I think is a third wave, which should take us to certainly through 120 over time. But as we're traders and we kind of focus more on the short term, it seems to be struggling on the approach to this 115.73 area. So it, as I say, it looks like we're forming a long upper shadow this week. Obviously the week is not done yet, but it looks like it's had its push higher and it's rejected, and maybe that means that there's a little bit more selling coming in on the approach to this. We've still got this kind of shadow above the market, which we're kind of selling into here. So it looks like it's struggling. So maybe into next week we could see a bit of a pullback into this range. But big support down here, 110.65 and 111.72.75 or so. So I think next week it could just be a case of chop. We might be going sideways for a couple of weeks, but ultimately I think we're going to take out these highs and resume the uptrend. So just moving into the shorter term on euro. So I was long going into this move yesterday. I took my second tranche of profits, I think 1480, 1485, and then that was it. I decided that was it because I knew payrolls were coming up. I didn't anticipate this move. I didn't anticipate it, but I thought it was kind of quite risky to be holding this thing long overnight because we have this payroll situation. So I exited my long position on the show yesterday, and that was that. So it came back, and I think the fact that this was kind of the news-related spike we saw yesterday. So we had a dollar sell-off, a big ramp higher in the euro. Now it's always a bit of a concern when you see a move like this, which is news-driven, completely reversed, or at least nearly completely reversed, which we got here, because it tells you that all these people that were buying on the news, and now as the market comes back, they're now underwater. They're losing money. And that is what creates a bit of a ceiling, make it difficult to get back up. Because a lot of all these people that maybe bought the breakout of this high, so you can imagine people thinking this is going straight to the moon, 115, 116 kind of thing, and it tops out, and then we're back underneath it. Now all of these buyers that are above this high are now trapped. So now the bounce we saw earlier in the session struggles, and then as Igor, you say, we've got this kind of trend developing now where it's starting to trend lower on the intraday chart. So I think the fact that those news-related buyers of euro dollar were trapped created a bit of a resistance barrier above the market. So yeah, so it does seem to be like we're back into here for next week. We've got a couple of higher lows, so it might be a case of getting down here and then we can think about buying it if we can base out. But the key level I think in the short term is really this kind of 112.10. Don't really want to see it below that level from a bullish perspective, but I think it's just a case of these guys are being taken out, and then we need to trap some people on the downside. So once we're in this kind of region, maybe 113, I suppose. That might be a place to think about basing, but for now I'm staying out of it and wait for something next week. So that's euro. Actually, just one second. I had a system trade this morning, which was interesting. Let me just present my screen on that one. I can 1 second.
Yes, please.
1 second. Okay.
Can you just explain a little bit about system?
Yeah, of course. Here we go. Okay. Let me know if that comes through. So can you see a white screen?
Yes, it's on chart.
Gotcha. Okay. So basically, intraday chart of euro dollar. Okay. So basically, what we had. I actually had a sell signal this morning before the well, not this morning, just before the number actually, but I didn't take it. I didn't take it because we were that close to non-farm payroll, but it turned out to be a profitable trade anyway. But yesterday was quite a good one. I took that one, and then I took my profits there, and then as I say, I closed the rest out at 14.80.85 up here. Which was quite good, but this particular system has been doing 1 second. Been doing. Let's get that on that. Okay, 1 second. Bit of trouble with my window here. Okay, let's get rid of that. It's been doing quite well recently. So I think it's had today's trade was actually 10 in a row of winning trades on this particular system. So the last few, there's a buy there, takes profit. Buy there, takes profit. Sell, takes profit. Buy, takes profit. Sell, takes profit. Sell, takes profit. Big one there, but missed the rest of it. Sell, takes profit. And actually the last losing trade on this one was back on the 7th of May. So it's had quite a good run. So quite pleased about kind of using that one. Just 1 sec. Let me just go back to the other one.
Okay.
Okay.
You have a question from Jake about the system.
Sterling. So let's have a look at. So yeah, is that coming through? Okay. That's just a little bit. Okay, let's go on to the daily first of all.
Yes, it's visible.
Yes, a bit slow at the moment. Okay, so onto the daily. So sterling, I guess, as with euro dollar, yesterday was kind of the opportunity for the market really to see the breakout. But by the end of the day, we had that kind of like long upper shadow after that rejection from the high, and then we're back below the swing high, which was the breakout level, 135.95 or so. So it broke through, hit 136.16, came back and closed below. So that was a bit of a warning, I guess, for the buyers. And then today we started breaking down. So it looks like we've got to squeeze out some of these buyers. In fact, the last time we did something similar was over here. Let's just move that across. So we had the kind of swing higher, minor correction, sideways, push to a new high, struggle, and then back inside the range. And then we're in a kind of corrective situation. So we may well be in a similar situation here where we had kind of the break of the level. We're pulling back in, we're trapping some of the buyers. So we're just back into this range, really, I think. So I guess directional bias for me, I guess, would be short going into next week. And maybe sort of targeting some of these support levels, 34.5, that kind of thing. So looks to be kind of a little bit bearish going into next week for me on that one. So log in again. Okay.
A problem with connection, yes.
Connection here. Okay, it should be just coming through shortly. Yeah, it looks like it's just it just dropped out. 1 second. Okay, it's just coming through. Any second now. So yeah, so we're looking at dollar yen. So dollar yen is looking quite positive in the short term. So let's start off with the weekly. So weekly, for me, the long-term outlook is still very bearish because we've got this topping formation been building for quite some time. So that's a major high. We've had wave one down, I think, first leg of the bear market. Then we've had an ABC correction for wave two, which is the retest. Didn't make a new high. And then since the start of the year, obviously the dollar's been quite weak across the board. So we're kind of in a downtrend, but more shorter term, we seem to be responding to excuse me, support in this kind of like 142 area. So it looks like maybe we're just back into the range for the short term, and we could see a little bit of upside movement into next week. So for the time being, I think same as you, Igor, bearish longer term, but I think in the short term it looks like there's scope for a bit of a bounce.
Yes.
Move on to the daily. I think things are a bit clearer on the daily chart because you've got this kind of big support level down here, which is developing. So what is it? 142.11. So just above 142, there's the buyers come in, pull back. The buyers are slowly coming in, and now today we're seeing a bit more a push to the upside. So excuse me. So it looks like maybe having a push towards this lower high, but it'd be interesting to see whether we can actually take that one out, because obviously if the trend is still down, we don't really want to see this thing broken, although the key level is really this one, 48.65. But if we can break above this point, 46.28, then that might be a bit of a concern in the short term. But for now, it looks to be like the buyers are in control, at least for now. And next week, I'm going to come in and see if we could get some kind of failure between here and between this high, 46.28. Then I'll be looking to sell it again. But for the time being, it looks to be quite positive. Which brings me back to, so we looked at sterling yen. So let's have a look at euro yen. So that's very similar to sterling yen in that it made a major high going back to last summer, came back down quite sharply, and since then we've just been in a range, really, just kind of, you know, sell, so buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, like that. But as with sterling yen, interestingly enough, what we're doing the last few weeks is we're into the kind of sell zone, what was previously the sell zone, and every time it goes down, it snaps back up again. So it goes down, snaps back up again, and here we are today, pushing up against the highs. So as with sterling yen, there is a potential that we could actually see this thing start to break higher. So it'd be interesting. We can see what happens. We can have a crack at this high, and once we're above this high, then and settling above it, then we've got some big resistances to aim for on a multi-week basis. So for me, while the dollar is not really doing a whole lot, this is, I think, where the action could be on the yen crosses. What do you think of this one, Igor? Igor, do you follow the yen crosses much?
Yes, I'm watching, but I wanted to see the yen to be so strong, like I said, because of the inflation and everything. But right now, it's there's no that kind of strength. So this is why I'm out of these trades while I don't see some progress in that way.
Yeah, I think to some extent it could well be linked to the stock market, because this is the NASDAQ. So, you know, very often when the stock market is doing okay, they sell the yen. The yen crosses go a bit higher. So it might be something like that, where if the stock market is stable and not, you know, collapsing, as it kind of, you know, it was in a bear market earlier this year kind of thing, and it struggles. But I think if the stock market is starting to look quite good again, maybe that could be good for the yen crosses, that we can start to see a bit of a push higher. So that's just something that I'm looking at in the absence of anything major on euro dollar, on sterling dollar kind of thing.
Yes, nice.
So and gold, I think, as you know, you're looking at that one also looks to be a little bit struggling, I think, along with the with euro dollar and sterling dollar. So we have this obviously long term still seems to be very positive, but maybe just in the short term, bit of disappointment for the buyers, and we kind of come back in, you know, see a bit of a correction going into next week. I guess in a similar way to sterling dollar and euro dollar, where yesterday we had that kind of push higher, but as you say, gold started falling a little bit before the euro and the pound. So maybe gold is leading us down a bit, perhaps,
Yes.
For the currencies. And also, I think you've got this high here, 33.65, 66. These guys are long above it. Okay, there's people that are long above this price level, and we're now, you know, $20 below it. So maybe there'll be some kind of shakeout, just to kind of, you know, shake these guys out. And then we come back down, and maybe, you know, we got form a higher low and then come back up again. But for the short term, I think it does look a little bit like it might want to squeeze lower going into next week. So I guess my bias would be to the short side going into next week. Does that make sense?
Of course. So
Cool. Yeah,
I just want to ask you about that system. There was some glitch. I didn't hear about that related to the euro dollar. First thing, That system you apply on euro dollar. Did you apply on other forex pairs? And
Not,
when you
yeah.
use that, system, what do you? Okay, you find the main trend, but what means that green color on the chart in
Gotcha.
that
Okay,
system?
just 1 second. Let me just get my screen on that one. Hang on. I've got a bit of a problem with one of my windows is a bit weird at the moment. Okay. Right. Let me just share that particular screen. 1 second. Okay. Let's try this again. Okay. Hopefully you should see the same one with the
Okay.
white chart. Cool.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a purple line. Yes, purple line.
Yeah. Okay. So the purple lines basically represent the Asian session. So
Okay. It's Asia session.
yeah, this is the Asian session. So a lot of the signals come. Well, all of the signals really come after the Asian session. So it's it's a combination of a breakout situation, a false breakout situation, and also what I call a price magnet, where the market comes pretty close to a key level like this one, and it takes a position in the anticipation of the stop hunting guys coming in. So taking a position here before the break of the level. So taking a short position here because once that level goes, there will be some stop-driven selling, and that's what that particular component does. So as I say, there's three different components of this strategy all working together, and it doesn't always work, but it's just something different. It's more price level based than. I'm not looking at. It doesn't matter whether it's a 15-minute chart or an hourly chart or a 5-minute chart. Really, it's just really what the levels are. And as soon as a position is taken, immediately a stop loss is created and a profit target is created, limit orders and stop orders. And it holds a position. It's a day trade system, this one, and it holds a position literally maybe for a few hours, kind of thing. Just looking for that kind of pop in momentum. So buy, profit, thank you very much, walk away, sell, same thing, take your profits, walk away. And it doesn't trade every day. There are some days where there are no trades, but it just waits for a particular setup to occur, and when it does, then obviously you jump in, and it's just had 10 winning trades in a row, which is quite good.
Yes.
Although
It's a just do you use Asia low, Asia high as a price levels in this system or not?
I use them as the reference point. I use the Asian session range as a reference point. But for me, the key levels are really the previous day's high and low. They're really the key levels for me, because that's really where the big stops are kind of hiding. So like, for example, yesterday, it took a buy just as we were approaching the previous day's high. Boom, took some profits. And then that was the end of that particular trade. Although I did hold a longer position based on something different. But yeah, it just literally comes in and goes for like 20 or 30 pips and walks away, just maybe two trades maximum per day. So it's very kind of low frequency, I would say. I don't know whether I'm able to show you the curve. Let me see.
I just wanted to understand, because sometimes if we buy on the yesterday high or sell yesterday low, they can be really dangerous because of the reversals and everything. So I just ask, do you use that kind of the strategy when you buy yesterday high and sell yesterday low, or sometimes you sell yesterday high and buy yesterday low?
Just 1 sec. Okay, let me see. Can you see the screen? What screen can you?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Not to worry. Just 1 second. So yeah. So to answer your question, it does. I don't sell highs. I don't buy lows. Basically, I'm actually looking to go. So the trade comes in before you get the breakout. Before you get the breakout. So not after the breakout. So if you look at, say for example, today, I mean, forget, I didn't take the trade because it was non-farm payroll, but it did the right thing. So what it did was the market was heading down, and as it got pretty close to yesterday's low, just within a few pips, it went short in anticipation of that move lower. Same thing yesterday. So as it was kind of going towards yesterday's high, it went long in anticipation of that push higher. The day before was something different. That's a different component. Yeah, so I'm not looking to sell resistance. I'm looking to buy on the approach to resistance in anticipation of the market going through. Because what you've got is you've got institutional players that are looking to take the stops out.
Yes.
Because they know that there are stops above yesterday's high. They know there are stops below yesterday's low. So as the market gets closer to it, the system says, okay, I'm gonna go for those stops, and that's essentially what it does. It goes for the stops on that particular component. So yeah, as I say, some days it has a trade, other days it doesn't. It just depends on what happens on euro dollar.
Yes. So it's nice. It's nice way. What you are doing, actually, how I understand that, if you are very close to the low and you want to sell, you try to find the last swing before that low and to sell on that upswing, if I understand. Am I right?
No. No. That particular component I call the price magnet, because yesterday's low is usually a magnet for the market. So as you approach it, it's like, you can imagine getting you're flying a little bit too close to the sun. You've got this kind of orbit thing going on where you get a little bit too close and you've got gravity. So once you get close enough to a session high or a session low from yesterday, there's a gravitational pull that brings the price through.
So do your targets are yesterday low and yesterday highs sometimes?
No, they're beyond it. They're beyond it because I'm anticipating when the market goes through yesterday's low, for example, there's going to be at least 20 or 30 pips, because there are people selling with loads of sell stops below. So I'm trying to take advantage of that momentum that takes me down maybe 20 or 30 pips. So it's something different. It's something different.
Yes. So your goal is to sell 20, 30 pips before the low.
I'd say close. No, I'd say closer to the low. Yeah, I'd say very. As the market, let's say for example, the low is I don't know at 10. The system would probably be going short of maybe 15 or 16 kind of thing. Because once you get close enough to that low, there's a gravitational pull from it.
Yes, but do you afraid that the price will react on the low and make a buy trade, and make a push upside? How do you manage your targets for that?
So the targets are all kind of calculated, and so are the stops. So so the stop and the target are kind of basically I know what they are before the trade goes off. So I know that once I go long or short a market, I know where the stop's going to be, I know where the target's going to be, and I just let the thing play out. But invariably, I think probably about 60% of the time, it's 60 to 5% of the time it hits the target. So that's really the idea. It's something different that I run alongside the other systems that I do, plus also the Elliott wave stuff, which is a bit more discretionary.
Yes.
So it's good to have something that you don't have to think too much about. You don't have to think too much about.
It's beautiful, and it's good to have a strategy is different, because then you can make combination of them, and you will not be danger that a lot of trades are in the same direction. So it's a good to have that kind of strategies. And I just talk about that because as you know, I develop a lot of expert advisors and use machine learning. And what I realized, sometimes when you test some strategy, which is a little bit profitable during the last 20, 30 years, for example, sometimes only with one additional rule, you can increase the profit factor a lot, just avoiding moments when your trade will never gives results, because sometimes we can avoid a bad trade. So this is the sometimes very good for the systems that creates trades every single day. And if you can to reduce the number of trades, you can increase the profit factor in that case.
Yeah, and
But
there's definitely, I mean,
nice.
yeah, this particular one, I say I've created and I run a lot of other strategies as well, which some of hold maybe like 1 or 2 days. This is just purely like a hold for a few hours.
Yes.
But yeah, having strategies that don't do too many trades is a good idea, because you can save on commissions and slippage and over trading.
Yes.
It's you know, there are some kind of like really high frequency strategies that people put out there, but I don't think they stand the test of time, many of them, because the markets, they just move too much, and the trading costs are very high. The strategies that I do, maybe they trade once or twice a day maximum.
Yes.
So even trading cost is not a major issue on the thing. So yeah, so that's just something that I do in addition to the more discretionary technical analysis approach.
Yes. Excellent. I had one client, for example, just give the client used the 15 minutes charts to execute the trades, and he figured out in some special moments for some trade that he used, and he has 2 times per month, only 2 times per month,
Yeah,
but the winning ratio is above 90%.
excellent.
It's not huge. It's a small, maybe 10,
Yeah,
15 pips in profit, two
yeah,
times per month, but it's so
yeah,
accurate that it's insane. And he cannot earn a lot of money because it's only 10 pips, and
yeah,
but he really crash it. So sometimes we can find that small how to say some small singularities, and we can use that in our trading system. So
yeah,
very good. I like when I talk with people who develop expert advisors, because people have unrealistic expectation about expert advisors. They think
yeah.
you put it, run, and make a lot of money, but it's completely
Yeah, like a
different. But it's a good to have, because you learn about markets a lot.
I agree. I agree. And it can tell you what doesn't work. I mean, there's so many books
Yes.
out there and, YouTube videos and things that people are telling you what's good, what's not good and stuff. But until you kind of test it for yourself, and that's when you start doing the testing, that's really when you find out what concepts are good. And
Yes.
also as a trader, not we could all be looking at the same things and maybe trying to use the same methodology or system, but personality wise, we can't all do it, because not everybody can maybe hold a trade overnight. Not everybody can buy strength. Some people have to buy weakness, and we're
Yes.
all different. So even if I gave you the best system in the whole wide world, you probably wouldn't be able to use it in the same way as I would or someone else would. So it's got to fit the
Yes.
personality, I think. But the whole doing systematic and testing, and it's great. It's a great discipline to help you figure out what is working and what is working for you, more importantly.
Of course. Of course, you're right. Just to talk a little bit about volume, just to give a few things here related to the volume on the futures market, related for the British pound dollar, around 1.2 level, where we are oscillate a lot last days and even today. So this level is a really high volume level. We are oscillate here. I think the day before it was very strong level, and the interesting thing, which was the yesterday low. That yesterday low was around 1.354 level, and it was a strong support yesterday, very strong support yesterday. But today we just run in that area, and I think right now we yet cannot that area. So people just monitor that to levels related to the British pound dollar, because it can be very frustrating when you enter in some range and you are in loss, and you cannot exit on the right price level. It's sometimes it can be very, very very frustrating. On the other side, related to the euro dollar, the very strong volume profile for the euro dollar is level around 1.1360 and 1.1370. We are above that level right now. We are above that level, and right now we are oscillate in one low volume area around 1.1410. This area, for example, was yesterday low. It was yesterday low, and usually, in my experience, I expect, for example, from the market to go out from these levels, which are yesterday low levels, on the end of the day, because usually on Friday, if we had a bearish day, a bearish move, we always in the end, on the second part of the US session, we go to the something in the middle, a little bit up or something like that, because we are preparing the field for the next week. And the Friday is always a tricky day for trading, especially in the late hours.
Sorry to interrupt. I was just going to say, I've seen you get these on very many of these Fridays. You get this really well done. That's a very good observation.
Yes. So sometimes we can chase for some levels, but the problem for me right now is because I lost my bias. I'm not sure what I want to see at Monday. We are bearish right now. I would like to see maybe bullish move, but there's no potential. And the problem is right now I will not chase the low to buy, because I don't feel comfortable. I'm ready to wait to see the breakout, because we're really oversold for euro dollar and British pound dollar. And we had a strong trend line that supports our bias, and we are very close that line, and I can try to see what will happen, but now we crash. We remove all that bullish bias trend lines that we had, and we don't have nothing right now, and I don't feel comfortable because I don't have bias for the next week. I'm something in the middle, and I just want to wait for the price reaction on the next week, and then to react then. But I like that we are and for the euro dollar and for British pound dollar just below yesterday lows, and prices that can something during the next. So we will see what will happen there. One thing that I want to share with you too, just because the next week it will be important related to the COT reports. I will just share the COT report right now. These COT reports are COT reports for the last day of May, last week of May. So we yet don't have the June COT reports, but soon we will have, I hope next week in this time we will have. The first thing that I want to show is related to the Japanese yen. That is that I noticed on the chart little bit by little bit that we are a little bit starting to go a bearish yen. Yen was very strong. This is of course slightly bearish move, but we see, and for asset managed institutionals, and for large speculators, we see little decline in the last week of the May for the yen. So this still doesn't mean that trying to sell the yen, but this is something that I don't like. But I saw that in the past, just in the beginning of the month, everything changed, and we see continuation of the yen strength. So this is something that I monitor right now. We don't have a clue because we're waiting the charts for the June, and this is very important because the big asset managers doing a rebalancing in the beginning of the month, and a lot of things can change.
Yeah.
Relating to the US dollar index, we can see that the big traders yet are bearish. They're bearish, clear bearish US dollar. So this is good, and I hope it will stay like that, so we can have a clear bias. Then Canadian dollar, just to show that Canadian dollar is, there is some, yes, Canadian dollar, and the same thing is for institutional managers. So both of them, they have a bearish moves as a speculators in the futures market for Canadian dollar, which is I think maybe correlated with this tariff war and the whole situation in the world. Same for the Aussie, Kiwi, and CAD. And what I missed to show, of course, British pound dollar. I think that I didn't show that, or maybe I am. Yes, it's still bullish on the end of the May. We see the clear bullish trend for large speculators. And finally, what I want to check is Swiss franc. The Swiss franc on the COT report is a little bit, it's bullish, start to rising, but I see a little bit down in the last week, and for the asset managers and for the large speculators. Of course, this means nothing. It's just a small fluctuation, but it can be interesting in the beginning of the month next week to see how that chart looks like and where we are going there. So these are the charts related to the COT report, and I think that next week will be very important for that. But whatever we see on the COT charts, usually it's very, very slow. Sometimes we need to wait a couple weeks to see any change on the charts, but it's good to know. It's good to know in the beginning. Robert said, morning guys, woke up late, so pretty much just get ready for work. Greetings, Robert. Please, James, Robert, Andre, if you have any question, please ask, and we will analyze any chart that you like. So we are ready for that.
Just a quick one. Yeah, so just a quick one. Gold is breaking lower, stock markets are breaking higher, and the yen crosses are breaking higher as well. So that's all part of the same story, I think.
Do you want to show on the chart?
Yeah, let's do it. 1 second. Yeah, let's have a look. Okay, so see the stock markets are breaking higher from a sideways pattern on the daily chart.
Yes.
Where are we now? That's the NASDAQ starting to break to the upside. So yesterday, bit of a reversal, but here we are today. We're pushing up against the high. Looks like it's getting ready to have another push to the upside. But I think it's probably a bit clearer on the other stuff. So the S&P, yeah, the S&P I think is a bit clearer. Yeah, so the S&P is so a bit more of a kind of a flat top kind of thing. But same thing, yesterday was a reversal day. but not a very strong reversal day. And here we are. This is kind of, maybe we're ready for the acceleration higher now. That looks to be quite positive to me. I think yesterday was the opportunity to see a top, but we're not seeing it. So it looks like the buyers are perhaps in control there. And gold is breaking down. So yeah, that kind of, you might call that a head and shoulders top. I don't know. The right shoulder wasn't quite as high, but so you had that kind of, first leg down, correction, and then gravitational pull through the low, and now we're starting to see a bit of a sell-off. So as we said earlier, we're just kind of back into the range really on gold. Just still bullish longer term, but I think, as I said before, we're just shaking out some of these buyers that are trapped above this this level here. Where is it? This point here. So, yeah. So we've got a lot of people that are trapped above here, and now we're starting to see a bit of a shakeout. So maybe we come down towards this big support here and base out kind of thing. But for now, it does seem to be a little bit bearish in the short term, at least. And back to the my trade on sterling yen. So it's thinking about having a test of those highs. Hopefully it does it. I don't know whether it will do it or not, but it seemed to be a good kind of breakout trade, and we'll see whether it's got the strength to push through this high. That'll be interesting. And on the onto the daily, it starts to look quite nice when you look at the daily. So you've got that kind of, well, almost like a bullish consolidation.
What was your price when you enter into US dollar Japanese yen?
96.55. 96.55. Sorry, 95.55. I'm sorry. 95.55. Yeah, just after the breakout. Yeah. So so it had the break. So yeah, I got in as we were breaking out and pulling back. It was chopping here for a bit. So we've seen a bit of follow through, and I'd be happy even if it came back to my price. I don't think that'd be too much of a worry. So could, as I said before, it could be an opportunity if it comes back to maybe get in and join this trend. So we'll see. But I think it is linked to the stock market. I think it is linked. When the stock market goes higher, the yen crosses tend to be quite strong, at least in the short term anyway. I guess while we're there, let's have a look at crude oil. Crude oil. So crude oil, I was kind of bearish on this thing since this kind of break through the descending triangle. So we had that big break lower, and then we had the retest, which failed at the resistance line, back down again, found support above the low, and started to head higher. But we had this kind of rejection, a couple of rejections here ahead of the key level. But last week it broke down, but formed a bullish long lower shadow, which kind of turned me from being bearish to being sort of slightly bullish, mildly bullish. But this week we're starting to break through last week's high, and we're starting to think about having a crack at these resistance levels. So this will be interesting to see whether we've got momentum to start breaking through these levels here, or will it just fail and then head down again. But certainly there is an opportunity for the buyers, I think, to have a go at the long side, and I think a little bit in line with the stock market, where the stock market was it was in a bear market. Obviously, we had that big breakdown in crude oil and in crypto and in the stock market, but now the stock market is stable and starting to move higher. Maybe, just maybe, crude oil starts to move higher as well. So that'll be something to watch. But that does look like a bit of a correction, this move down, I think. What do you think, Igor? Any feelings there?
Related to the which currency?
So crude oil.
It's a really look like bullish, but we are really on some kind of the resistance. So I don't know what will be the reaction.
Yeah, because it's sold off from this point a few times before. 1, 2, 3. and it's also the broken support level as well from this triangle. So it'll be very interesting to see whether it tops here, comes back down again, or whether we can break through. I think once we get back above this line and we settle above the line, then we could be ready to start going up again. But for the time being, it's not really conclusive on a long-term perspective, but it does look to be quite positive in the short term, I think.
Yes.
Okay. Back to you for a second. Sorry.
No problem.
I think James has got a question about the COT report.
Yes. Okay, I will just open the chart again. You can use a COT report on several websites. There's so many websites for that. All of them are similar. I will just tell you a few words about that. But I will tell you what I'm watching the most. Just a moment. For example, right now, I opened the US dollar index COT report. So in COT report, you have, let me explain that as a way to understand the market sentiment and positioning, especially in futures market. And the good thing is the big players, they need to report every 2 weeks. They need to report their positions, and that reports then have some kind of the things about commercials, non-commercials, non-reportables, etc. We know, for example, what are the positions from producers for swap dealers, managed money managers, and the small traders. And then we watch what's happened there. The first thing that you can see on every single COT report is one thing, and this is unfortunately the truth, that there is always a difference between the small traders and the big, large speculators as money managers. Usually, the small traders losing money while money managers earning money. And it's because the retail traders, they trade on the intraday levels, small time frames, and the money managers, they can keep the trade several weeks or several months. So there is a difference there. And usually when one of them are positive, the other are selling, and etc. However, in all that reports, you can track the open interest, long and short positions, change from the last report, and net positions. And when you watch this, you need to know two very important players for us. The first one are large speculators, money managers, and they always follow the trends. And so if you want to pick the trend, you just on this chart, this is the green line, and you just watch them. They follow the main trend, and you see, for example, British pound, we are bullish, US dollar, we are bearish, clear. And on the other side, you have a hedgers. They're called smart money, and they usually start to buy when market is low and sell when it's high. And you just know what they're doing. But what I like to watch are speculators, and actually are large speculators, money managers, because for me, they're some kind of a symbol of the trend. And this is the something that I watch. I don't watch a divergence a lot, because the divergence COT report is not same as the divergence on the chart, because it's too slow. And this is the whole story. What I'm usually doing is I just watch when I see that number of positions. For example, imagine right now for US dollar, we are bearish. And I see, for example, how every single week, little bit by little bit, we can see how that numbers increase. And usually that means that the large speculators starting to buy more and more US dollar. And then I know that in several weeks, I know that something will shift, something will change. And this is something that will change my bias and change everything here. So what's the example for that is that we in the March we started a lot of traders start to sell US dollar, and exactly you can see here on the chart on the March 17 how we start to go down. And this moment between the March 17 and the March 24 was huge. It was so huge. In that 1 week, we had very big drop and a lot of large speculators enter into the trend. And this is the good thing. Why? Because when I see that money managers enter in some selling or buy trade, I'm pretty sure that that trend will not last, a couple days. It will be a long time. It's not a false. It's not something that can change in a couple days. And this give me special bias to be on the one side and to think about that side. But of course, COT report itself, it's nothing. The best thing is to make combination with the COT reports and other charts and use that in your way. So you can alone analyze all these charts and create your system and think a little bit in your way, in your perspective. You just know the players, you have a report, and you play with that shapes and numbers. So this is the whole story about the COT report. It's not a rocket science. Usually, I read a lot of articles about that. There are a lot of strategies, interpretations, but there's no clear path there. It's a just report that you can put as additional trigger for your trades, nothing more, nothing holy grail or something else. So I will just remove here. I just yesterday on the session we talked a lot about NFP report that we had today and about unemployment, Howard. And I didn't say then, but I want to say now that a lot of people do not know how it's important, that unemployment rate. I'm pretty sure with this data, if we had unemployment rate only 0.1% decrease, I'm pretty sure that everything on the chart changed, because this is a very important thing in the space of the financial industry, and sometimes can change by a couple days. And what I wanted to share with you, I watched the movie. Did you watch the movie The Big Short from 2015?
Yep.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, I did.
You did.
Yeah, very good. Very good
movie. Yes, and there is in the movie there was the guy Brad Pitt portrays the Ben Rickard, and in one moment I think that this is the fascinating part of that movie. He said, if I remember, people lose jobs, people lose retirement savings and everything. For every 1% unemployment goes up, then 40,000 people die. Did you know that? Something like that, he said in the movie. And it's really I started to find the research papers, and I figure out how that number, unemployment rate for this NFP report and everything, how that is important. Because really, so many families, so many children, so many people, when they cannot find a job, they have a problem, they struggle, they have a stress, they have a heart attacks, they have so many problems in the world. So now when I think a little bit, I'm glad that today unemployment rate stays on 4.2%. And I think even that I wanted to see the worst results, now I'm thinking more about U.S. residents. It's a good to have a good unemployment report, and I just want to share with that with you. Yes.
No, definitely is. It's a virtuous circle. Employment. As you say, people's well-being, financial health, and all the rest of it. It's the whole society, isn't it, that gets affected when when
Yes.
the economy is good or bad, and jobs are made or not or lost, kind of thing. People, as you say, people do go into lots of depressions, and bad things can happen when the economy is doing badly, and vice
Yeah.
versa. So it's good to have good jobs numbers, even if it means interest rates are going to rise a bit. We don't care about that as long as people are healthy and happy. And
Yes. Yes. So it's more important than my trade.
yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. Well, the good thing is through trading you can trade, in that direction. So
Yes. 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 So, but I'm afraid that this tariff war will will create some problems in U.S. economy, because this is not good. This is not good, and I think that this politics is not good for the whole world, and
mm,
gives a trouble to all of us. So I
yeah.
remember the Friday, I think two weeks ago, during our conversation, Donald Trump tweet about 50% tariff to the European Union, and
Mm,
in just a few seconds, price dropped 30 pips.
yeah.
This is something that nobody can put that in equation. There's no expert advisor.
No.
No one can fight against the Trump tweet. So
No, but I
this is
guess the good thing is, though, you can trade after it. you know, it's like with the dollar yesterday, with the dollar collapsing yesterday, euro going up to new highs, and then today we come in and the move has been reversed. So you can do the same kind of thing with a lot of Trump's announcements. So if the stock market falls out of bed one day, and then tomorrow we come all the way back up to where it was before the news came out, that
yeah.
for me is bullish. That's bullish, and that's what's been happening, I think, with the stock market. We're getting bearish news coming out of on tariffs and things, and then before you know it, the market's back up again. It tells you something about positioning, I think.
Yes, yes, you're completely right. For example, I remember there was, I think, a tweet about what was that, about Apple. I think I think it was the last Friday, if I remember. Yes,
Mm,
and or the day before that, and we got a huge drop for Apple price,
yeah.
because Trump said something about uh, they cannot make phones in China, something like that
Oh
anymore,
yeah.
etc. And the next day was bullish day.
Yeah.
So yes, we can use that kind of the strategy, but it's not good for investors. It's a roller
No.
coaster. Just the price. It pushed price a little bit lower than expected. Just several tweets of them. Yes.
Hmm. Yeah. It,
So
it, it make
I
it makes
I, I
it
think,
make
for example, yes.
I say it makes our job interesting.
Yes. For example, I just want to give one example from the December 26th, I think, when Trump started to make a tweets against the Apple and production in China, India, etc., etc. From that point to this day, this is the June of 2025. If we check, the price of the Apple is bearish, because on the end of the December we were at price 250, and now we are almost around 200.
Hmm.
So it's 20% of the price of the stock went down just because of that tweets,
Yeah.
which is not comfortable, especially if someone invests money in Apple. So
Yeah. It's not a smooth ride.
yes, yes. So I just want to check, are any question more? No, there is no question. So, okay, guys, I think that we're at the end of this first session. The next session will start in 15 minutes from now. There'll be new coaches there. You can ask them any questions. And I just want to tell you, Howard, to have a beautiful weekend with nice weather.
And thank you. And you too. You too. Same for everybody. James, Robert, everybody.
Yeah.
Andre, have a great weekend.
Yes. Okay. Bye, guys. Everyone.
Take care.
Bye, Howard.
Hey, Paul and Troy. How you
What's
doing,
up?
Troy?
Nice to meet you, my friend.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Thank you. Nice to meet you guys.
Well,
What a
welcome to
surprise.
mid-session.
I did not expect a new face. You know, they don't tell us these things. Come on, Hola Prime, do better. Tell us. I would have prepared a list of questions for you, Troy.
Sure, no problem.
No problem. Where about are you from? You know, it sounds like you're in the US somewhere.
Yes, I'm in Tennessee.
Tennessee. Is that where they is that Jack Daniels?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Oh,
that
good
is
man.
Jack
Number
Daniels.
25.
Did you have a shot before the session? Be honest.
No.
No.
No. I am not a whiskey guy. I
he's got something though.
am a tequila guy.
Oh wow.
I collect tequila bottles as a hobby.
Empty ones or like...
Well, they start full. I'm not gonna go anywhere with that.
Great. Well, you've got a very nice setup there at the back. Did you have are you watching at like another 6 screens in front of you?
That's behind me. That's my Forex trading station. So I keep my futures over here, and then I can spin around and keep them separate. I find the Forex and futures are so different that I don't want them on the same screen. And that's a 6 monitor station. The one I'm looking at is a 5 monitor station. But where are you guys? For me, it's like 11 o'clock in the morning, so I'm wide awake.
Well, where I am, I'm in South Africa. It's 5 p.m. over here, just past 5.
Yeah, it's about the same for me.
About the
well,
same. Yeah.
I was thinking, you know, it's gonna be somebody from Hong Kong, and it's like 11 o'clock there at night.
Yeah. I won't be doing sessions at 11. No, there's no way.
Yeah.
Don't say that.
No, there's no way. 11 o'clock at night? No.
Yeah,
no,
for me, they're 12 hours ahead of me.
Yeah, 6 hours for me. So, but still. Oh, Andre's here again. Oh no. No, I'm just joking. Nice to see you, Andre. He says, "Oops, I'm here." So I just had to roll with it. It is now allowed to drink. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Andre likes his beer on a Friday. What's the weather like over there, Andre? Is it like summer? I don't know. But anyway, yeah. So okay, Troy. So you trade Forex and futures then? Like I was just asking. I was just thinking, like, what do you do at the New York Open? It must be a very busy time for you, like spinning to the one side, spinning to the other side.
So I don't actively trade Forex. I just had it up so you guys would have something to look at. My son, who's 16, is learning how to trade Forex, and we trade in the evenings. So we trade the Japanese Tokyo Open and the Australian Sydney Open. So we trade the euro and the Aussie and the yen in the evenings for about 2 hours every evening. And my son is learning how to do Forex. Because Forex, as you guys know, you have to be able to overcome the spread. And that's the most difficult part of trading Forex versus any other, asset classes, overcoming that spread. And as you know, some of the dollar, or not dollar, but some of the currency pairs have huge spreads, especially at certain times of the day. And so I've been trying to told my son, okay, first of all, we can do 1,000 lot, and so it's 1 penny a pip, right? And so you can't lose anything, but the upside is that it's, you can scale at some point, and you don't have to do anything different. So once you learn how to do it, you can scale up and do the exact same patterns. And so I've been teaching him patterns, and he gets real frustrated when he'll put a stop loss in, and of course they widen the spread, so that stop loss is now, inside the spread, and it gets quote hit, even though price never actually went there. And this is a great lesson for him to understand how where the problem is with Forex, and that's the biggest issue. Is Forex doesn't trade on an exchange where we can all see the best bid and the best offer. But the upside is obviously scaling. You can have any size you want. So you can have my son's account's a $500 account, so there's nothing to risk. So that's a huge advantage. Also, I think that it's better for traders who are in off hours. When the U.S. session's not in play or the Euro session's not in play, there's something to do to trade, virtually 24/5. Where futures, you have at least an hour where there's nothing, it's actually closed. And really, as soon as the cash market closes, the futures shut. For all practical purposes, they shut down. There's still some volume, but it's minimal. And really, after hour trading in futures is much harder because it's all speculation because the underlying is closed, right? So he's ready. He wants so bad to move to futures because he feels like he's always getting ripped off from the bank that's executing. They'll expand. And I've said, look, when there's news out, you got to widen your stop. Otherwise, they're going to widen the spread, and you're going to get clipped. And so, but he's learning I told him, I said, if you got to get to where you're at least break even or better on Forex, and then we'll move over to futures. And futures, it's a basically very rare that it's more than one tick of spread. You can use limit orders so you can avoid the spread if you're patient. And it's a transactional fee because of commission, but it's relatively low. And so he's getting close. He's getting close to break even. And I say, hey, look, the patterns are the same. Your breakout patterns, your double tops, double bottoms, all those still work in any asset class. You just have to be patient. And so he's doing very well. He's been doing it for about a year.
Wow, that's really impressive. That's really impressive.
And he's 16, so I figure if I can teach him to be break even plus a little bit, he'll be way ahead of the game. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
it looks pretty good. I mean, I've just got like a TV which doesn't work behind me. You've got all these lovely monitors. So it's fantastic. I was thinking of putting like an A4 piece of paper which just says Hola Prime X scribbled on it because I just can't get an image on it. It's so frustrating.
Well, what you can't see is to my left over here, there's another 6 bank monitor to my left.
And what's that for? Like,
well, so
the Olympics?
That's private. That's private, Paul. That's private.
Yeah, no. So I try. I don't. You guys have had this problem before, but I try really hard to keep my trading computer just trading. So I don't have 6 websites open. I'm not doing browsing on this computer. If I'm going to browse, I turn over here and do the browsing over here on this computer, just to try to keep that potential of junk from the internet, viruses, whatever, from getting on my trading computer. So
we know when you're looking to your left.
Yes, so I'm looking at my. I use a news feed. I have a scrolling news feed. So I'll constantly look to the left to kind of catch what's going on news wise. And it's got stuff like the most recent one says China export license granted to suppliers of US auto makers valid for 6 months, whatever that means.
All the toys. Very jealous.
Yeah.
Very jealous. Great setup.
So yeah, this is my command center. This is NASA here.
Nice. I was just going to ask you, like, when you trade Forex, because you mentioned about spreads and so on, do you typically focus on smaller time frames, or how do you approach the Forex, any pair really? Like, do you focus more on the longer time frames? When I mean the longer time frames, I mean 4-hour, daily, weekly, or are you focusing more on the smaller time frames, like the 15-minute perhaps, or smaller?
I don't really differentiate between Forex and anything else. I just do the same thing on all of them. I start with a daily chart and go back maybe 1,000 days. So about 3 years worth of data to sort of get a feel for where are we on the bigger time frame. are we trending up? Are we trending down? Are we coming up to some sort of milestone? A major high, a major low. Are we coming back into a long-term consolidation band from 2 years ago? So I start with the daily chart on a like I say, I use 1,000 as my data set, 1,000 days back, about 3 years worth of data, and then I go from that and I jump down to a 10-minute. So I'm really a scalper. So I jump down to a 10-minute to sort of give me a what's happening today vision, and then I trade off of a 1-minute. So I actually do my entries and exits off of a 1-minute, but I've got that 10-minute and that daily. As you can see, I don't have an issue with having lots of space to put 40 different charts. And so I do that. I mean, this one I've got set up so you can actually, it looks like there's something going on. There's actually only 6 charts, but there's probably 40 charts that are there, just not being shown. And I do think you can have too much information. You have that over analysis paralysis. You've heard that phrase. So I try to keep it long term is my daily, looking for bigger trends, and what even if, like, say there's a 3-month, we've been going down for 3 months. Okay, so on my mind I'm thinking, okay, the higher time frame, we've got a negative bias. I drop down to the 10-minute, and if it's also in a negative bias, or the 10-minute is showing continuation, I'm going to be only looking for the short side. So I kind of like to use those 2 upper time frames to kind of give me a directional bias. Not that I am not a contra trend. I love contra trends, but if I'm in a downtrend and I'm at a double bottom, I'm probably going to short that double bottom instead of playing the double bottom as a retracement backwards to the upside. I'll take the break down because I want to stay on the longer term and medium term trend. You can't see my screen that I'm looking at for futures, but I'm absolutely obsessed with order flow. Order flow on Forex, that's another thing that's kind of weird about Forex, is that we don't really care about volume, because volume, you can turn around and say, I want to do 100 billion euros, and this is the price they'll quote me. Boom, done. So there's no supply and demand issues really when it comes to Forex. You can get as much of it as you want at, maybe you can't get it all at that price, but I mean, you can get a very large amount of it at that price. And that trade is not going to affect the market, right? It's not going to make it go up or make it go down. Where futures is totally different. We do have supply and demand, especially if we're not on a stock index. Like if we're on corn futures, it's directly related to supply and demand, the price of corn. So it's a little bit different dynamic. I think of a Forex trader is more technically based, because it's more interested in pattern recognition, whereas a futures trader is both. He has to do everything that the Forex trader does, but he has that added supply and demand, and volume comes into the decision-making process. So I kind of got off on a tangent. I'm sorry. What was the original question?
No, that is like, when you did answer the question, you just kind of keep adding information, which is good. It's great. No, I don't think you went off track. You did answer the question. I don't even remember the question. I think I asked you what did you drink. I think I asked you what did you have to drink before the session.
It was tequila. Yeah. So I will show you this, because this is my other drink of choice. I don't know if you can see that.
Mountain Dew.
Wow.
All right.
I've never tried it.
Oh my gosh, I can take a cold can, pop it open, take a sip, and the only thing that comes to my mind is, God, that's good. Just saying. That's the reaction. Okay.
Do you say it out loud?
I
No,
do it in the
okay.
car when I'm in the
Oh.
car, and my son gets totally cracked up and he starts laughing at me.
No,
and I'm like,
you do it in the store before you walk
You
out.
do-
You open it.
no.
At the teller.
No.
At the teller. Oh, well, that's great. Well, it's
So you're
welcome on
drinking
board, Troy.
you're drinking coffee, as I see.
Me? Oh, Paul.
I'm
Yeah. No,
drinking.
this is clean vodka.
Ah, clear. Yeah.
Oh, right, guys.
Yeah.
I think I'm ready.
No, see, this is
Yeah.
caffeinated, so this is my coffee.
No, this is water. All right. Well, I'm going to just share my charts, and I'll just I don't know if I should like run through the whole thing. Maybe I should. What do you think? Just what I mean, the whole thing is just to give you an update of how I've been following
Every single
price
trading
action.
pair in the world. Let's go. Including
No,
Pengu.
it's Friday. Come on, man. Go easy. Go easy. It's Friday. But in terms of the markets I trade, I only focus on, when it comes to Forex, I only trade the pound US dollar. And then I'll look at gold, and I'll look at Bitcoin, and I'll also look at the NASDAQ. Did you just take a sip there?
Yeah, God, it's good. It's just good.
Okay. All right. So I'll start with, obviously we had NFP today. What did you make of NFP today? What
I was
your
surprised.
take?
I was surprised because of the ADP from yesterday was so bad that I expected the number to be much worse. So I was kind of surprised.
Yeah. Well, I think from a technical point of view, we did hit like a resistance yesterday, and also I think the weekly ATR. So I was expecting a pullback, but not as deep as what we are having right now. So I'll just quickly share my screen. So if you look at, so this is the trade. Well, Troy, Paul has heard this story. How many times have you heard this story, Paul? 4 times? Maybe 5
Yes.
times.
4 or 5. It's a good story. It's a good
Like,
Paul's going,
yeah.
I need a pillow.
Paul goes, yeah. When Paul can't, do you know when Paul has insomnia? Do you know he just plays this this live stream? This is a true story. It just like goes to the
There he goes.
No.
Are you going to start with Once Upon a Time in a Galaxy Far, Far Away?
You know what? That's something
Yeah.
great intro.
Well, no, I'm going to skip that part today. But no, it's just, yeah, not just for today because it's Friday. Anyway, so how I typically trade is I like to identify key support resistance levels on longer time frames. Okay, so in an uptrend, just very basic, on an uptrend, I'll look for support levels to trade off, and in also in an uptrend, if we hit a resistance level, then I would like to see a breakout and a retest of that level. So this horizontal line you can see here, that is the weekly resistance area. Okay, so we broke out of that, and this was the retest. So I had a trade right here, and I was looking to add to the position. So initially it moved to the upside, it pulled back, which is exactly what I wanted to see, and then it pushed back to the upside, which is what happened over here. Okay, so we got that push to the upside. That is the bullish candle. So my entry criteria is the new candle first has to break the last closed candle's high. That's when I'll enter the trade. But that never happened. So I never entered the second opportunity. But I did, the mistake I made was to move the stop loss to the low of this candle. And it just kind of, I broke even there. And I was not very happy with that because that was a mistake. So then I looked for another opportunity, and which was basically this resistance area over here. I'll just mark it up here. Right, so that was the pullback, and then we broke out, and then we pulled back again to this support level. And on the 1 hour time frame, you can see this is where I entered the trade. Just untick that. I took the trade a little bit late on this Hola Prime account. Where did I take the trade? Oh, yeah. So that was the bounce of support, and it was basically based off this engulfing candle coming off that support level. But a bit of a late entry, but that was the second entry. And then we went back to that resistance level. And yesterday we had a full daily ATR, and then we pulled back. But that's the news event you just mentioned, right? So we pulled back. We pulled back after that breakout, and we had this little bit of a engulfing, well, not engulfing candle, whatever you want to call that, but that's definitely bearish. I was hoping for us to find support there, and then with a news event to push back up, but it's coming lower now. So I'm not sure if I'm going to get stopped out. If I do, it's not the end of the world. I don't really mind getting stopped out, but I do mind mistakes. That for me, they are two completely different things. You know, a mistake is not the same as losing a trade. So we'll see how this one works. If I don't get this one, then I'll just, I'll just have a look over the weekend, look at the charts properly, and identify the next potential entries. So that's the pound US dollar. I initially, when the NFP came out, we had this, like that usually. Over the last couple of months anyway, and Troy, it would be interesting to get your take on this, is like we've had very weak reactions on major news events, right? It wasn't really, like it was very typical like this. Like you get like a doji type of candle. I typically like to look at the 4-hour time frame to see how significant the impact really was. And then I compare the size of that candle to the other candles ATRs, and that's how I will see whether it was a strong impact or not. So yeah, I don't think this reaction is very strong in my opinion, but I'm still bullish on the pound US dollar over the long term.
Are you familiar with the taco trade?
Taco trade?
Yeah, that's the rage right now here.
Are you referring to the criticism of Trump from Wall Street?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. I don't
so what's happening, if you look at the last, I've noticed it over about the last 3 to 4 weeks specifically, their bad news comes out and they ignore it.
Yeah.
And even if the number is really bad, they're ignoring it. And we've just been in this kind of upward trance. The ADP number yesterday was horrible. Honestly, the report today was at best neutral, but the market was up. It did have a positive bounce. I just think that right now the market's kind of on an agenda. They're ignoring everything that's going on, particularly what Trump says. If he says something about tariffs, the market likes to react, but then they just do the opposite. So you get these knee-jerk reactions that are quite violent, but are on such low volume that there's no reason to believe the move. The volume's been horrendous over the last month and a half. So I agree with you. The reactions have been muted for sure, and if anything, the market's ignoring the macro view. And I'm surprised you guys, you're Forex men, you guys are into macro, right? Macroeconomics, and the US
Not me.
No,
I don't care about fundamentals at all. At all.
But
I just trade.
Which do.
I just trade, and I mean we've got some really good coaches who's very knowledgeable on the fundamentals, but I think I still kick their asses. So I'm not really. I just focus on the chart. I strongly believe like you can focus on just the charts, and you can get a very good read on what is busy happening and what's likely to happen next. What's the probability of one thing happening over another anyway. So yeah, I don't focus on that kind of stuff. I mean, I did in the beginning because I've been trading for 21 years now. So in the beginning, it was like, in my mid-20s, you know what it's like in your mid-20s. You are like your ambition levels are peaking, work ethic is like through the roof, like your drive, all of that. So I did do all of that kind of stuff. But I just eventually found that if you just focus on the charts, I mean, and keep it simple, to me, that works best. What do you have to say about that, Troy? Come on, give me a pushback.
I don't have a pushback. My biggest honestly, my biggest weakness is that my background is all macroeconomics, and so this entire move to the upside has been very opposite of what the macro picture is suggesting. tariffs. I mean, textbook tariffs is bad, and more bad. There's no upside to tariffs, and it doesn't matter whether you're looking at one country, multi-countries, it's the same. Tariffs are bad. And we haven't seen, I mean, sure, we saw some sell-off in March, in April, but we really just haven't seen the impact of tariffs yet. Which when we do, I think the market's going to go, what? What's going on? Prices are going up 10%, and it's like the market's just kind of saying, I'm sticking my head in the sand and we're going up. We're going to ignore Trump. We're just going to go up. And I think that eventually the macro is going to kick in, and the macro says tariffs will impact price. Price will impact demand. If demand goes down, then you get pressure on wages. You get pressure on, I mean, it's just giant kaleidoscope of events that happen to contract, and we're talking contraction. And if you look at car sales from last month, U.S. car sales were spiked way up. Why? Because everybody wanted to buy their car now, because they're estimating, the auto industry is estimating an average of 10 grand per vehicle. So we're talking about that's like gigantic. So a $30,000 vehicle is going to be, 37 to 40,000. That's a huge amount of money for a small car. Obviously 10 grand on $100,000 car is not that huge of a, it's a much smaller increment, but you have to assume that their average, expands. So maybe it's $20,000 on a BMW or a Mercedes versus, a Ford Escort or something, and what we're just not seeing any of that really manifesting itself yet. And so the market's sort of discounted. And I think that the macro will win in the end, and that at some point the U.S. is going to go into a major recession. It just hasn't happened yet. And I'm so focused on that. This goes back to in your situation. You're right. Stop thinking about the macro. Focus on the chart. Trade what you see, not what you think. That's one of my favorite things to say, is trade what you see, not what you think. And I don't do that. So I'm always preaching to myself, you idiot, trade what you see. Is it breaking out? It's breaking out to the upside. And what are you doing, Troy? Troy's going, ooh, I want to short it. Right. Yeah. And of course you short it, and then it sits there because you get a good entry and you're like, ooh, this is going to be good. This is going to be good. And you're like, oh yeah, and then it keeps going up and you get run over. And then as it keeps going up, you're like, ooh, there's another short spot, so, you're constant. So in this respect, I'm a complete moron idiot, because I'm not trading what I see. I'm trading what I think. And so you just preached to the choir. So, and I'm the choir. You just preached. So trade what you see, not what you think. So I agree with you. But now I promise, if I disagree, I will say it. Okay, because I'm just that guy.
Yes. No, you can disagree with me, and I probably won't care. Because I think that's the thing. Like, if you've been trading for a long time and you finally kind of make it work for yourself, and nobody can influence you, that they can tell you whatever they want, it's not going to make you deviate from how you trade, right? Because it just takes too long to get to that point, right? We're just like, aha, got it, nailed it.
Well, I got to be honest, I'm always looking to steal new ideas. So Troy, happy to steal them, happy to take them. So keep going.
I think you guys are like, this is a dumb American. He's a nut. And, you're like,
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
No,
but just to get back to the point you just made there about the macroeconomics, it can really Paul and I actually spoke about this in one of our sessions, maybe last week. I can't remember exactly when, but it's like when you read an article about, let's say for example, Bitcoin's going to go up, but really, if you look at the charts, it's about to come down. But if you read that article, it can really mess with your mind, because now you're going to look for, like confirmation on the chart that matches the article you've read. Do you understand what I mean? And maybe ignore the more obvious signals that's very blatantly obvious on the chart itself. Have you not had that external information messing with your mind? And that's how I feel about fundamentals. You see, because fundamentals, even though they will eventually play out, over what time frame? 12 months? 18 months? 6 months? It will eventually play out. But if we just focus on the daily time frame, is it really that important? Is it really that relevant in shorter term trading? I don't think so. Okay, obviously I'm wary of the news events. I know when it's going to come out and the basic stuff, but ultimately, for even with swing trading, if you want to be in a trade for a few days, I mean, even if the if the dollar is going to go down for the next 12 months, which I do think is very probable, it doesn't mean it's going to go down in a straight line. There could be some pullbacks. There will be pullbacks. There could be some steep pullbacks, right? Some temporary dollar strength and so on. But if you just fixed in your mind that the dollar's going to go down, you're going to miss what's going on the charts. So anyway, all right. So that was the pound. Sorry.
Okay. So I have to push back just a little. Okay.
Yeah.
What about interest rates? Interest rates is your macro view when it comes to currencies, right? So you have to be aware and at least know the direction that interest rates are moving, right? So even though you're saying I'm watching the screen, I'm in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about interest rates.
I'll just when it comes to interest rates, I'm just wary on the day that it comes out. That's it.
Okay.
That's it. I just stay away on that day. But other than that, I don't really care about anything else.
Fair enough.
I've become a I don't want to say lazy trader, maybe a lazy trader. I just wait for the good, easy, clean setups. That's it, right? And it's been working out very well for me. So, and we do all the analysis live here, right? We've been doing it for a few months. Troy, obviously you're joining. You'll see how we all do it, and obviously you're gonna join us in that, which is very exciting because I think you can definitely.
You're gonna start drinking Mountain Dew.
I don't think we have Mountain Dew over here.
Well, my wife and I just went to Portugal in January, and the only soda that I could get was Coke Zero. And I thought that was really odd, very odd.
Yeah, that's no good. That's not. No. That's not good. Why did you pick that? Don't do that. We don't look in Europe. We can't compete with America on the soft drinks, on the size, on the sugar, on the health things they put in it to make you die. We can't compete. Right?
I know. Yellow number 5.
Exactly. Like an American soft drink is like it's something special.
Do you have like Yellow Mellow? We used to have, like when I was a child, I had Yellow Mellow.
We still do. Yeah, that's a Coca-Cola product. Yes.
Okay, that died many years ago for some reason. But anyway, I just wanted to look at since on the NASDAQ, I want to get your take on this. This is the 4-hour time frame, and we're forming this wedge here. I won't necessarily be interested in taking this trade. I'm more interested in looking at what's going to happen here at this all-time highs. First of all, if we ever going to see the all-time highs, so are we going to get that? Are we going to reach the all-time highs, or are we just going to fall short and form that little divergence in price? So I've been standing back on the NASDAQ on the longer time frames for quite a while now. I think when we were reaching this point here, I'll show you now. I thought, could we potentially get that divergence in price? So it looks like it's very similar to gold. I'm not sure if you look at gold. Gold did a very similar thing, right? If you look. So that was the all-time highs in gold, and then we pulled back, and then it looked like it wanted to push and make new highs, and it just fell short, and then it just moved much, much lower. So that is what that was one of the possible scenarios that I thought could potentially play out. But for that to be confirmed, the lower high, it first had to come back to the support level, and then I would say, we definitely made a a lower high, but we never got there. And now we're in a different situation. We're now forming this wedge to the upside. This is again in the 4-hour time frame. So it does look like it could break out, but I'm just not. I'm just like, I don't like the fact that we're very close to the all-time highs, and also the fact that because of everything else going on, and we just spoke about, all the fundamentals, but this is not really about fundamentals. This is more got to do with this this tariff war. I'm very, very nervous about these tweets and stuff like that. They're just so unpredictable. Anything can happen at any time. So even though it looks like we can make new highs, for me, I'm just going to stand back and wait until we do get to that resistance level, and then I think it will. Hopefully, it's not going to be a case of what we had in Bitcoin or any resistance level in an uptrend. The problem with
that Bitcoin and gold are directly related to dollar.
I think not lately. Paul, you can probably also come in here, but
no, obviously they're inverse, right? Dollar goes down, gold goes up.
Yes, but not so much with Bitcoin, because
Bitcoin's kind of a proxy, the anti-dollar.
Well, first of all, we had the dollar's been declining since the beginning of the year.
True.
and Bitcoin has been not doing very well, for a long time. Remember, the dollar just kept dropping and dropping and dropping, and Bitcoin just didn't want to do anything. And Bitcoin actually also went down at the same time, right? All the way to, what was it, the 74 level or something like that, while the dollar was also dropping. So it was it was completely out of sync. Whereas, I think the dollar and gold was definitely, correlated, or, indirectly, what do you call it? Inversely correlated, whatever. So, yeah, that was the case. So as the dollar was dropping, gold did rise this entire year. From the beginning of the year, gold was just going up and up and up. Massive rally.
But
gold.
You have another conundrum. Oil was going down. Oil normally goes up when the dollar goes down. It takes more dollars to buy 1 barrel of oil because the value of the dollar goes down. So, you got some weird stuff going on. You've got oil going down, gold going up, Bitcoin is flatlined, the dollar's going down. And when you look at that NASDAQ chart, I can sum up my NASDAQ chart opinion. The question is what's going to drive this market farther? And to me, it basically wraps around one concept, and that's AI. If AI continues to be accepted and continues the same growth, I think the NASDAQ is going to continue up regardless of any other thing, because AI is a game changer. It's such a huge potential impact that no matter what the tariffs are, no matter what Trump does, if AI rules, NASDAQ's going to keep going up. Even if we have tariff, even if we have a recession in the U.S., AI has the potential to rule the NASDAQ. So if AI continues, I see the NASDAQ as kind of unbound, even when it comes to tariffs. Now we go to the S&P, the tariffs are a much bigger piece of the pie because tariffs dramatically impact, the cost structure of virtually every S&P company out there. The tech companies are not necessarily, the tariffs, affect NVIDIA because they can't sell it to China, but they're still, NVIDIA's got a profit margin of what, 77% or something. I mean, how bad can it be? So to me, the NASDAQ, it's all about AI. S&P has a lot more tariff questions. Obviously, AI can affect the S&P as well. So I think that the tariffs are not going to be as impactful as they could be without AI. And Bitcoin, to me, and gold are alternatives to the dollar not only from a macro perspective, as in reserve currency, but as the dollar devalues, people are going to move towards gold and theoretically could move towards Bitcoin. I think that the reason why Bitcoin hasn't exploded with gold is because there's some, at least, and maybe I'm showing my ignorance here about Bitcoin, but it seems like the further we get along with Bitcoin, there's less and less of it being mined. And so there's the whole dynamics of how Bitcoin works is kind of in question. Like, what's going to happen when we stop mining Bitcoin because the prices got so high, or we get close to that maximum number of Bitcoins available? There's some question there and some uncertainty. And so I think that Bitcoin has a limit to how far it can go until Bitcoin kind of clarifies exactly what's going to happen when we don't mine it anymore. Is that it? What happens next? And so for me, Bitcoin's got some other issues that are not gold issues. Gold, I think that what Trump has done is he's basically put the entire world on notice. And listen, you guys in Europe, you guys should be going, hey, China, remember us? We're Europe. Let's make a deal. Let's cut the U.S. out.
I've done that. I just went like, who the hell are you?
Yeah, that's what I would do if I was Europe. I would be going, hey, let's reach out to Russia. Okay, Russia, we don't like what you're doing, so maybe you should stop. But if you stop, maybe we'll take all your oil. We'll take all of your gold. I mean, we'll open our.
It's very true. I mean,
and let's cut the U.S. out, because let's face it, Trump's not let's be politically correct and say that Trump's just not a great guy. He's
okay, well, what I would say is, firstly, I'm very glad that those words are coming out of an American's mouth. I don't think we can get away with that. But so I'm very glad to have you here.
Well, watch out, the power's about to go out. So,
the power.
My internet's going to get cut off.
Andre just the pound US dollar is going to make a big correction. Do you mean big correction to the downside or back to the upside? How do you mean? You mean lower?
I've always been worried that Bitcoin is a fad. So I don't know what the underlying.
It might be. If it gets hacked, it'll definitely be a fad for sure.
I mean, is there an underlying value?
I think it's more based on people buying into the concept and the belief. It's the belief that makes it work, and
so
more people that get
your Dutch
involved.
Tulips, your Dutch tulips. That's what this is.
Well, I don't know, but there's definitely a lot more institutional interest in Bitcoin, and I mean, I use it myself, and I'm not sure if you use Bitcoin, but it's definitely, we do need an alternative system. The current one is it's not great, but I think it's as long as people believe in it, and people are increasingly believing in it. And I think Paul showed a Bitcoin stakeholders chart yesterday showing that people holding between 10 and 10,000 Bitcoins, that they keep buying more, right? And they're holding it for the long term. They're investing it, not like us swing trading it or just intraday trading it. I'm talking about people buying it for the long term. It's increasing. So if everybody just all of a sudden kind of stops believing in it, then I think only then it will collapse. Paul can probably come into it. He's the Bitcoin or crypto expert.
Well, I know very little. I don't trade it at all.
So the thing to understand about Bitcoin is obviously it's deflationary, and the halving every 4 years cuts the supply. But one of the misconceptions about Bitcoin is that, and it's a really good point that you've brought up to address. So the hash rate, the mining reward. The mining reward is determined, of course, by the halving. So that's set every 4 years. But the hash rate adjusts whatever I forgot the terminology, so I'm not very well today, apologies. It adjusts the difficulty rating, adjusts every 2 weeks. So, and the difficulty rating has to remain constant. So typically it takes X amount of time to mine a Bitcoin or a part of a Bitcoin which facilitates a transaction. I think it's like 10 to 15 minutes. But if there are less miners, the hash rate, the difficulty rating adjusts. So if it goes from 1,000 miners, say 1 million miners to just 1,000, then in 2 weeks' time, the difficulty rating will adjust to ensure that the network stays stable and it can function still with just those 1,000 miners as opposed to the million. And that's the whole concept behind it. It's self-sustaining. Now, what would happen if everybody stops mining it? Well, no transactions would be able to be fulfilled, essentially. That's the first thing which will stop, because the process of mining is essentially the process of making a transaction and sending it across the network. So it is an interesting concept to see who would stop. If everyone just stopped mining Bitcoin for more than 2 weeks, what would happen? But I just there's always going to be somebody, you know.
What would happen? You say like, is it like, but if no one can transact with it, then kind of the point of Bitcoin is kind of, it's done, right? Or not?
Well, doesn't
I don't know.
the ability to mine related to costs, and if the costs outweigh the, I mean, you're having places where they're saying I can only mine Bitcoin if I'm 5 miles from a nuclear power plant and can get the power for virtually nothing.
It's
right?
true. So back in the day, you could mine Bitcoin on your laptop, right? Even back then, 20 years ago, whatever, 15 years ago. Now, obviously, you need specialized chips, which cost a lot of money, server farms, and so forth, right? And obviously, power is massive. But part of the way Bitcoin works as a deflationary asset is, in order to, and this is where the difficulty rating comes in and the halving comes in, miners get less reward every 4 years. It halves. And therefore, that naturally restricts supply. Okay, which if demand is remaining constant or increasing, which is increasing and it has been ever since Bitcoin's conception, then you have the price going up, and then the price has to go up as a result in order to make miners, make it worthwhile for miners. So there's a period after the halving where the miners are capitulating, they're taking a lot of their profits and they're reorganizing their money in order to adjust. But then after about 6 months or so, everything evens out, because after the halving, of course, we've had massive gains in the price. So it's now still viable for miners to do it. So all of those little things are part of the entire process, which makes the price action consistently go up. And even though we're not going to run out of Bitcoin anytime soon, because every halving there'll be less produced, so it'll be a very slow grind to that 21 million. But that's the dynamic of it. The biggest risk to Bitcoin is quite simply quantum computing. That is the only risk to Bitcoin I can see, quantum computing. If they develop the ability to de-encrypt it and hack it, then it's game over. And the Bitcoin, they're trying to see what's coming and make upgrades to the blockchain as a result. But I think that's the biggest threat. I think especially when everyone's turning to Bitcoin at the moment, it's very difficult to see a world where it's not king. I can see another thing taken over, but the only threat for Bitcoin really is just the network and that machine breaking. And as long as it stays, its design is beautiful. It really is. It's this lovely self-automated machine which keeps adjusting and keeps everything on track. But you're right in the fact that you pull one thread, and but hopefully that won't happen.
Yeah, that's a bit of a worry, isn't it? With AI, that can crack anything. Oh well, it keeps things interesting. Keeps things interesting. Andre had a question. Paul, this couple's fight between Trump and Musk brings some relevance to crypto. That's a question.
You're all trying to get me into trouble. Honestly, come on.
Why? No, he just wants to know if it brings any relevance to crypto.
Okay, so relevance to crypto regulation off the top of my head. So we've got the Genius Act, which is that sort of thing. Now, I don't know how that's going to plan out, but I think what's happening at the moment with this feud is I think we might see Elon pushing for more democratic appointments, races in the midterms, and he may turn his attention to decimating the GOP and trying to reaffirm some Democrats so they can win back, because he's already started tweeting about it, win back the House, which would then, now the thing is, I think Democrats are actually more hesitant about crypto than Republicans here. And I think the Republicans perhaps are definitely more supportive of crypto as an agenda, but the downside to that is, of course, this political entanglement with crypto at the moment, with the Trump wallet and all these things. And there's a downside to that. But then the Democrats are responsible essentially for trying to fit a square peg in a round hole with traditional asset regulation and trying to do it, trying to fit, say, Ripple as an example into one of those holes. It doesn't fit. So I think it's going to be probably worse for crypto potentially. And if the Democrats, take over, potentially there'll be more obstacles to meaningful regulation. Because the problem is, I think the Democrats' issue, and it's a very generalization, of course. Of course, there's people on both sides which share this view. But I think generally the Democrats are very concerned about corruption, even though that happens with them as well in their party. They're very concerned about, they don't want congressmen to be buying, women to be buying stocks. They want, there's a lot of problems which we're seeing. I mean, just an example in Texas, Representative Gill had a bit of a hand slap because he broke the law in terms of the amount of Bitcoin he purchased, coincidentally at a similar time to when Trump was tweeting about it. So I think the Democrats are very against that kind of behavior, and they would rather not regulate crypto to stop that corruption, whereas the Republicans want to be supportive of crypto, but perhaps in a way which benefits them first and not retail. So it's very difficult to say, but to be honest, but that's the only take I've got, Andre. I hope that was thorough and didn't get me into trouble.
You could have just said it's very difficult to say, but thank you, Paul.
You're right. I do need to work on making things more concise. How was that?
But it is a bit of a okay. Andre, U.S. data remains resilient, I believe, in future highs in U.S. stock markets and the dollar strengthening in the short to medium term. Yeah, the dollar can strengthen. I mean, let's have a look at the dollar index just on the chart, what it looks like. You see, the thing is, you see, the only time I was bullish on the dollar index is when we formed this bullish hammer at the support level. This is the weekly time frame. I don't really like to go smaller than that because I use the dollar index as an indicator, and I prefer to look at the weekly time frame. I'm drinking a very cold beer. What does that mean? Like, I don't really have to tell you what I think here because you won't remember anything. Is that what you're saying, Andre? Is that what you're saying? But I think for me, this was this hammer here right at the support level on the weekly. This is when I was short on the pound US dollar, and there was a couple of good setups there. But it's back below the support level now. So I feel the pullback is over, or this is definitely the highest point of this pullback. Doesn't mean we can't get a pullback back above the support level. We are going to move lower. It's just like not in a straight line. We could be ranging to the side, whatever. But I'm definitely bearish on the dollar index, and I would be looking for strictly for pound US dollar longs, right? The setup obviously needs to make sense, and it needs to make sense, the setup, typically off key levels and that sort of thing. But I'm not looking to short the pound US dollar, and I'm definitely not bullish on the dollar index anytime soon. Okay. So, hey Robert, nice to see you. Are you also drinking a beer? Oh no, I think it's morning we are. Robert is from California. Is that the same time as Tennessee?
No. California's got 3 hours on me.
All right.
So it's 8:52 a.m. in California.
All right. So you are you closer to a weekend then? Is that right?
Yes.
You're closer to the tequila shot. Okay.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah. So that's my take on the.
So can I go back to? I want to harass Paul a little bit, and
Sure.
I say that.
Go ahead.
Okay. So here's another potential. Okay, let's frame it as potential problem with crypto.
Just one? There's loads.
Well, to me, this is kind of the king daddy of problems. The U.S., Britain, doesn't matter where you go, Europe, the way governments control everything is with money, and you have to be able to print money to be able to control. So we can expand, contract monetary supply, et cetera, et cetera. We can screw around with interest rates. There's so many things we can do because we control the supply of money, the demand of money. And if government moves towards crypto as an alternative to a fiat currency, whether it's the euro or the Aussie, whatever currency it is, all of them are fiat. And now they're not based on, they don't have a gold standard anymore. So if we suddenly take the driving force, the power, the true power of every government, and we give it to Bitcoin, then that power structure theoretically would fall apart, right? And the government would have literally no control over the long term. Interest rates wouldn't matter. So so raising interest rates does what? It reduces, it creates a problem with demand. Then it's so expensive, right? That demand goes down. If demand goes down, the inflation will come down. So we lose that ability to control inflation. We also have we lose the ability to stimulate the economy by lowering interest rates or adding more money into the supply. And ultimately, Bitcoin is the anti-government or anti-currency. That's a huge problem. I can't see the Federal Reserve going, yeah, let's go with Bitcoin because we don't want to have to increase or decrease the money supply or increase or decrease interest rates, to try to micromanage the economy. So I don't think I think at some point the government actually, I think that's where the Democrats were going too a few years ago, where they were going towards let's outlaw Bitcoin. Let's make it not a legal tender for transactions. But Bitcoin's been successful at so far is they're becoming more and more acceptable as a method of tender, as a type of currency. And to me, what's going to happen is eventually the government's going to go, wait a minute, we're losing control, and so we'll just outlaw it. And there was a big discussion, then maybe you can help me with this, but I think it was in South Korea had tried to outlaw it. And maybe
I don't think that's going to stop Bitcoin. I mean, they've outlawed cocaine how many years ago? It's not
India. Let's use India, which is close to home for Hola Prime. So let's use India. So they banned crypto and then unbanned it 2020 or something like that. And I completely agree with you. There is a paradox here. There is you need fiat to buy Bitcoin, right? To buy USDT, whatever, right? To Solana, you need fiat. And in order to protect people, there needs to be regulation for everyday people to ensure that exchanges have, a sufficient backup supply in cases, whatever, all this kind of stuff. So I believe in that. But I do also appreciate the fact that it is a bit of a joke in the fact that the Bitcoin as a was created and is certainly maybe for times like now to be a different form of store of value. At the moment, we still need to go on an exchange. We still need to put our dollars on it from our Wells Fargo or whatever we're using, right? And get it on there. And it's problematic. But I think once usage increases, right, I think it'd be more common for people to have because in South America, an example, there's Visa are releasing specific debit cards to allow certain countries, unfortunately not the ones which really need it in South America, but to pay with Tether, and retailers from the retail side of things, it's just standard fiat currency, right? In terms of what the digital bits and bobs, whatever, detects it. And this is an example of a move from it kind of moving away from that paradox to fully embrace, You know, I have USDT. I've moved it from the exchange onto my Visa card, and I'm paying with it. There's no fiat currency involved. So, but I agree that, especially if we're coming from the UK, because they handhold me. They make me do tests every time I want to withdraw a certain amount or put a certain amount on, and it's just infuriating, you know. But we always, my country tends to appeal to the lowest possible denominator. And if that's someone who decides to invest $500,000 in Bitcoin and hasn't even looked at a chart before, then of course we need to stop that person doing that, because they're going to lose all their money. But so I do agree with you, not badgering me at all. I think you're spot on, but I do think that the system will change. I mean, just another example. There's a coffee shop in Spain, which is just, they
Really?
are used. Yeah.
No.
Just one. It's near Benidorm. So out here. So they retail is struggling, you know, with all kinds of stuff, especially since the pandemic. Like in the UK, as an example, there's that pubs are closing in record numbers, right? So there you look into Bitcoin as an alternative store, a supply of capital for them to offset the fiat currency risks which they're experiencing at the moment. And I'm pretty sure it will work. This is the model which we'll see. And then all of a sudden you'll have a coffee chain which has half of their capital in crypto. And therefore it's not any problem for us to pay then for directly in crypto that way, if we've all of a sudden got a Bitcoin Visa card, which you do have with Coinbase. It's just, you're right. There's so many obstacles. This country has these laws. This country has these laws. It's very difficult. But when the dust settles, perhaps when we are all very old and all the kids are having fun, then I think we'll see something different. I'm sorry, my friend. I do think the dollar's dead. I do. Sorry.
Yeah.
I wish I could argue, but I agree, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And
Did you talk about? Sorry to interrupt you, Troy, but did you talk about the dollar being used as a reserve currency in most countries, and that's declining? Did you mention that? I was looking at the charts. Sorry about that.
I think
Andre says. Sorry, carry on.
What I got from what you said was, it's, even though Bitcoin is Bitcoin, it's still priced in US dollars.
Yeah.
And I think that's the key. As long as it stays priced in US dollars, it'll be fine. If we start saying, how much is that cup of coffee? It's 0.001 Bitcoin. Then you have now Bitcoin is its own currency, right?
Yeah.
But right now, it's still US dollar based. It's just like a barrel of oil or an ounce of gold. It's still US currency based. I think the danger for the US dollar is that Bitcoin becomes accepted and you don't know what the US rate is or the euro rate is. It's 0.1 Bitcoins, and that's what the cost of that coffee is. And once we go to that, then all the other currencies are certainly at risk, you know.
Yeah, I mean, like,
and the government structure that runs those currencies are.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Bitcoin's value is how much Ethereum is, BTC, ETH, right? We have these pairings, and I mean, this obviously is really, but I think it's really great that we've got a wonderful American trader here, because we can get your insights from the place. It's so fantastic, and so far you've been spot on. So it's all very good.
Yeah, I'm going to take that as a compliment. I think maybe.
It was a compliment.
Yeah.
It's a compliment.
That was definitely a compliment. I just want to. It was.
No, it really was.
Bitcoin is it? I'm just asking a question. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm asking. It's a question, right? But do you really think Bitcoin is priced in dollars? Because it's really trading against the dollar. It's like the base currency, if you will, is Bitcoin. But but it's trading against the dollar, just like the euro is trading against the dollar. But that doesn't mean the euro is priced in dollars. Okay, the euro is a currency all on its own. But if you had to compare to a different currency, now there's a value. Does that make sense?
You're talking about more that the dollar is more of a on-ramp than a exchange.
Yeah, yes, because the thing is, like, if everybody just traded in Bitcoin, then the dollar value is irrelevant.
Yes.
Okay, because then one Bitcoin is one Bitcoin. I've got, but I've got two Bitcoins. You've got two Bitcoins, and now we trade in Bitcoin. So the dollar value is irrelevant now. Okay, because we just trade in Bitcoins. Does that make sense? Just like in any country, in the US, you've got your dollars. And that's it, right? Everything is priced in dollars. You trade in dollars. Everything you earn dollars. Everything is in dollars. You're not comparing it to a different currency or compared to something else. I'm not sure if I'm making any sense.
No, you are, and I think this is exactly the problem when you look at the Capitol Hill and they're trying to figure crypto out, because these are the issues. It's very multifaceted. It's very complex, and it's difficult to get.
Yeah, your dog agrees. Smart dog, smart doggy. The thing, the issue for me is the Bitcoin. Say, like, you do a transaction, right? So say $100 is, what is that? 0.001 something. I don't know exactly what the exchange is, like, but it's ridiculous to trade like that. Does that make sense? If Bitcoin, like, okay, how much does that cost? Oh, it's 0.00023 Bitcoin. It's like, can we not kind of make that a little bit easier? Like, it's just like in any currency. How much is that? Oh, it's $5. Okay, my brain can understand that. It's easy. I give you 10, you give me 5 change. But on Bitcoin, obviously, there won't be change because it's all digital. But that to me is like a sticking point in my mind. It's like, how are you going to simplify that?
Well, but that's the same problem that, like, you go to Japan, and what do you need? You need 1 billion yen. Well, it's $200.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's what you're talking about.
If I wanted a cup of coffee, I have a rucksack full of cash. I get it, absolutely, for sure. It's I think it's just
sorry.
The issue. Look. I think you look back in time when we moved away from having coins, physical coins, which were the metal they were used with determined their value, and then we started using paper currency before we obviously went to. This is but people need to understand, like, the monetary system is digital. It's just noughts and ones anyway. It's actually, it's still in the same. We're talking about digital currency, but now, with paper money where there's no real value, it's all just noughts and ones in the deficit or whatever it is in the Fed. That's all it is, right? And I think when people started using paper money, there would have equally kind of strange perceptions of how do they do this? What does this mean? Where do I take this? Where do I take this note to the bank? I'm used to I give it to Jeff with all my little copper coins, right? What do I do with this note? It's the same sort of conversation, but the notes prevailed, and they are now cash currency. Now cash is fading, cash is disappearing, it's all digital. And of course, if it's all Apple Pay, if you can pay with USD via Apple Pay, why can't you pay with Bitcoin or Solana? Which of course you can, right? So that's the thing.
Very interesting. We'll see where it all leads to. But now all the currencies, all the countries who wants to create their own coins, that's where they're heading. So,
they are, and the reason why they're doing that is so that they can control supply, and then
it goes back to the dollar. It goes back to Europe trying to promote USDC over USDT because they can control it, and then they can kind of. That's it, the whole thing. And then you've got obviously, I mean, you mentioned earlier about how kind of the argument was that recent American policy has actually put Europe into the arms of China. That which I believe is probably true. This is why the dollar can very easily just become quite irrelevant, at least compared to all right, I'm gonna be quiet. At least compared to where it was like 20 years ago. So
your dog
that sounded like a donkey. That sounded like a donkey.
He's pro-dollar.
Well, she is an ass.
Oh man.
Yeah. Well, we'll see where that all leads to. Well, I do have the Bitcoin chart up over here. Yesterday's session, we've been actually in this range, and then we had this break lower, but now we're back into this range. It's still a very unclear picture. For me, I would like to see the 98 level. I would definitely start to pay attention at that level over here, 98. But if we break that, we could go much, much lower. So hopefully it will hold at the 98 level. I think, like, based on everything, Paul, that you've shared so far, or what that you've shared, and update us with on a daily basis, it looks like Bitcoin still looks very, very bullish. So I think the 98 would be a very, very good level to come in if price action plays along. If we can see some structure and price reversing away from that level, I think that would be a pretty good level to come in at. So, Paul, do you want to? I'm not sure if you have something to show us today.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Thank you.
But I'm very much enjoying this introductory session with Troy, because I think it deserves a proper introduction. But let's have a look. So this is just well, let's look at Bitcoin first. Let's have a quick look. Okay, so can you see that all right?
Yep.
So obviously this was the chart we were looking at yesterday, and we started getting the breakdown just as I did the chart, and it was invalidated. And thankfully, just right now during the session, following this drop, we're back in the pattern. And of course, we said that we're looking for, the next possible line in the sand was 100K, but you can see people have come in already, so that's gone. So we're now looking for this, essentially, really straightforward. And that's what we need to see. We need to just see it move beyond here, or this is just going to break down and come down to a more reasonable level, like you've just talked about, maybe here about 97. So it's still watch this space, but I think that's the chart to watch. But money flow, Bitcoin's, we're at resistance, and we'd want to see this move down. If we do see this move down, and Bitcoin just moves above to the other side of that pattern, then we could have some nice altcoin trading potentially over the next few days. And if we look at Move, which is a setup we've been looking at on and off, this is a fresh one. This could arguably be a bear trap following this downwards move from Bitcoin. And coming into this level now might be perfect, right? Because again, you've got a fresh first touch coming, and that's a great place to come in and just to maybe confirm this bear trap. So this is a potential setup with Move, but as you can see, we're not ready yet, right? We need to see what Bitcoin does next. So yeah, this is one setup to pay attention to. Move, really straightforward. It's support buy. Don't really need to talk about it too much. But we still need Bitcoin to give us something. But this is the chart I wanted to talk about. Seeing as in all the weeks where Bitcoin is not doing much, I'm not trading that much. So just to clarify, dating back to 2023, every single golden cross 5200 on the daily has resulted in quite significant gains. And here we are following a golden cross. So 57, 156, 70, and going to what Andres just mentioned, a similar kind of move, somewhere between this sort of percentage gains, will take us to around 150, right?
I nearly asked you who's Andre. Like, of course, Andre in the comments. Our good friend Andre in the comment section. Sorry about that, Andre. I thought you were talking about a coach. I'm like, Andre?
No, I read the comment, but I didn't read it out loud. And I think so. If you're wondering if Bitcoin can come up to these areas, I mean, what was the actual figure you said? 150, yeah. So I mean, you're right. It might be a stretch, but I genuinely believe we could go much higher. But coming up to this area for sure, right? If this maintains itself, and I think it's very important just to remind ourselves of this, and you put this in the context of all the institutional buying, which we can quantify and see at the moment, and the reduction of supply for retail, then I can see us coming to 150 for sure. And so this is just food for thought on these things. And obviously the rule of thumb is that when you start seeing a pattern, it just breaks down, and that is very true too. And this can't necessarily happen forever, because we need to have a bear market, of course, too. But every time we get the cross, we get pretty significant gains, no less than 50. So that's kind of where we are, Andre. So, but yeah, not much is happening in the market right now.
Sorry to interrupt you, Paul, but I'm just like that little drop we had yesterday, and now the reversal is forming a very nice V shape there. Do you think that could potentially be a higher low? We haven't had a higher low. It's a very higher low. We haven't had a proper higher low. Do you think that could potentially be it?
Let me put my chart because I wasn't paying attention to that. Hang on, sorry, let's have a look. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that was the thing I was thinking about for weeks, and it never happened. So where are we? Let me just get the chart.
So if you look at, it's pretty obvious on the 1 and the 4 hour time frame. There was no.
Yeah.
And that's why we expected the pullback in the first place. You can't really see, a decent pivot in that uptrend. It was just a bit too strong and too smooth and too long. It needs to come back down, which has done now. But now we get that V shape, which is typically what a strong pivot looks like. Okay, it needs to go higher than this. Obviously, it will have to break I think the 107 level at least to say, yeah, that could potentially be the higher low. What are your thoughts on that?
I'd be more happy with 97 if I'm honest. I'd be more happy with that 97 because just eking out a lower low like this. I mean, yeah, it's technically it, but I mean, I can see this doing two things. I can see this coming back up and going up, but I can also see this coming down to form a double bottom at a bit lower level, or just rolling over, depending on what the news is. So we do need a bit.
Yeah, it's not a good time. It's not a good time to do anything with Bitcoin right now. It's not a good time to trade it. That's for sure. But like, if you do break that 107 level, then that's also not a time to trade it. But then that would give you a much more bullish kind of context. Okay, it's if it's going to break that 107 level, it will have to go very wrong for it to break this latest low. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, totally. And I do. I mean, this is a slightly better chart to look at. Perhaps I think the other one's got a slightly bearish bias. But yeah, I mean, the most important thing is we've started to pull back because it's healthy and we need it, right? If it could carry on going up, it's going to be just a nightmare to trade off. So this is good. We just obviously just looking for a reversal pattern of some sorts and a confirmation of a trend change, and we haven't got that yet. And when we do, then that's it. But yeah, we just need it, and it's one of those things where traders say, well, why do you want Bitcoin to come down? I'm like, well, if you do trading for a little bit more, you'll understand, because you obviously, we don't want just assets to keep going up, because when are we going to enter, right? It's like,
yeah.
So where's our entrance? Because we don't chase green, we chase red, remember, to buy, and that's the key thing. So this does look tasty, actually. This kind of area looks tasty for a bit of a bear trap, bring in some liquidity, scare a few short people, maybe get a short squeeze or something, and then here we go. That might be the case. Maybe I can see that happening. But we
so you got the 98 level marked there as well, or what are your levels that you're looking at?
I've been trying to keep the charts quite clean at the moment, but yeah, obviously I said 100K would be the next kind of floor, and we've bounced straight off that, right?
Yeah,
so I guess I was right, but we obviously haven't put a higher high in. So until we do, coming back down to here, as you suggested, may happen, but we could form a double bottom like we did down here. We could do something like this, or we could just do this, come down a little bit, put in that higher low, and then carry on our way. So
could also be the left-hand shoulder of a inverted head and shoulders. There's so many different scenarios that can play out. But yeah, I think
where's the back? Where's the back chart? The back chart was the most helpful one. Oh, here we go. So this is so we had that breakdown. We're back in the pennant, but we're now below the 618. So that's looking a bit bearish. And I'm trying to find the bat. Where's the bat?
Oh yeah,
where's the bat? I've got to sort.
Yeah, Troy. Paul likes to trade animal patterns. There's also a dinosaur pattern, believe it or not.
Oh, don't show that. No idea how much hydration I've had. I just can't cope. Just don't.
Okay.
I'll start trying.
Well, the only comment, and again, I have to perfectly disclose my ignorance of Bitcoin. But when I look at that chart, the first thing that comes to mind is it came down in 2 days. And now it's right back to basically where it broke down from. And so the question then I have is, was that a news related event? Because I don't know about you guys, but reversion to the mean is the king daddy of how to trade news events. If it spikes to the long side, you go short, it comes back to the mean where it started from, you cover the trade, move on. And to me, that looks like something that happened over a day or two, and now it's come all the way back to the mean. Now it becomes interesting because initially it's just a reaction to something, and I can't read anything into that one way or the other. But now that it's come back to the mean, now whatever that news was has now been fully discounted, and we're back to where we started. So now what happens becomes interesting. not necessarily it started to break down, it needed to break down. I'm not sure I can buy into that. When I look at that chart, I go, this must be an event because it happened so quickly and it was over a day or two. Now, again, I defer to my ignorance. You can certainly step on that and say what you want. But I'm not sure that down move means anything because of the way it's a V bottom. And my concern about a V bottom is that it was a reaction to something and it's now retraced to the mean. Now we're back at square one. Is it going up? Is it going down? I don't know.
Yeah. No, that makes perfect sense. And I think we were talking about this yesterday, like this whipsaw action is very difficult to trade. I mean, and you can look at news events, of course, do affect selling and buying activity, of course. But with Bitcoin, I kind of look at it slightly differently. I look at it like a news event helps us find where the buyers and sellers are, right? Do you know what I mean? And
so a news event creates price discovery.
Yeah, and so and
I like it. I like it.
And the reason why I think that is a way of looking at it exclusively with Bitcoin is because there is this, with this institutional buying or the coffee shops buying, whatever it is, there is this huge invisible safety net underneath the price action. And this move shows that there was a load of buyers at this level, which we knew, right? And it shows that. But the test, of course, like with any formation of reversal pattern, to see is there enough to propel it higher from here? And that's the thing. So it's all, it all goes back to that thing where just, the price action is reflective of what's happening in the market. But the problem is with Bitcoin, the whales are playing games right now. They're all playing games because they don't want to buy 500 billion worth of Bitcoin or whatever down here, right? They don't want to do, up here. They want to bring it down here.
Well, I would buy 500 more.
Scottish, nice. The pretenders.
Carry on.
No, but so the problem is with Bitcoin, it is a game. It is a game of manipulation, which is why I don't trade it. For me, it's a barometer. I don't trade it because it's insanity inducing all of the time, because it's not just about news events. It's about whales opportunities, and whales are finding opportunities. News is making everything whipsaw, and then retail's just sitting there going, "What do I do?" Right?
Yeah.
So
retail chases.
Yeah,
but they're all like. I mean, do you think the currency markets are not being manipulated? There's a lot of manipulation going on there. Even the stock market, there's a lot of manipulation going on there. I think it's everywhere. So I don't. But do you think the altcoins is safe from that because of the low?
No, not at all. I mean, the thing is, altcoins are dangerous. A lot of them, if you need to, there's nothing wrong with trading whatever, right? But if you're going to invest in something or whatever, you need to understand what's happening. I mean, you saw that. What was that trade? That mantra trade? That was absolutely project manipulation where it crashes 100%, right? That's something going on there, right? That's a problem with supply or something, right? And that's the whole of crypto. So yeah, you're right. You do, of course, get a lot of manipulation. And because of all the drama at the moment, a lot of other more traditional markets are looking a little bit more like crypto in terms of volatility. But I do think, given the sheer scale of Bitcoin, and that it's always at the forefront of what's hot and what's not, I think the manipulation is super massive. And this goes back to the whole point, like, are the people who originally wanted to benefit from Bitcoin, the everyday people as an alternative store of value, going to be left out in the cold while all of the institutions take over the game? And I think that's obviously a concern too. And it's probably already happened, but yeah.
Well, but that's why a stock splits.
Yeah.
And so, if Bitcoin wants to keep a much wider audience, they're going to have or quad or whatever. So it's $25 instead of $100,000 a coin. So I can see that happening, and that's that's why I was bringing up the uncertainties of the maximum of 21 million. What are they going to do once it becomes one Bitcoin's worth $500,000? Who can afford to invest in it? You have to break it down so I have a tenth of a coin or a
so you go out to dinner and you'd use 0.0001 Bitcoin, right? Like dinner, right? I mean, yeah.
This is exactly where I struggle to understand Bitcoin. Like, because you don't hear someone investing in the euro. It's a currency,
Yeah.
So this is where I'm like struggling. It's like, how can it be an investment and a currency? But then I think, okay, well, it's only worth a lot if you compare it to, the fiat currencies. You see what I mean? So you're going to have to go back to the fiat to actually capitalize on the gains. But isn't Bitcoin, the whole point of Bitcoin, to get away from that? So it's a what do you call those things? A mind. I can't use the word on here, but it's one of those things.
Well, I mean, yeah, Bitcoin is certainly that.
What? What are you talking about?
Just a mind puzzle. Let's stick with puzzle.
There's no background where somebody goes beep. It beeps. No, you don't have.
There is, but he's on holiday today, so.
Okay.
But without swearing, all we really need to see now. The problem is this long play is gone now. So again, if we get a move back down here, it's not the first touch anymore, right? So if we're looking to enter some altcoin longs, we need to see a little bit more from the price action now, because first touches are a little bit easier to trade off, right? Because you get the first bounce of liquidity, right? And the second one is too risky. It could be a little bit risky because we could have a rollover, because this is a lower low and this could still be a lower high. So now, really, we're looking at over the next days a break of TP1, and TP1 a break of this would invalidate a bearish signal on the daily, because it's the same level, about 106. So yeah, it's a waiting game, and hopefully next week we'll have some more ideas, but probably we're going to be coming down here for a little bit over the weekend, but this is the level to watch, I think.
Yeah, I slightly disagree with you.
That's fine. What else is new?
No, I'll show you quickly. Right, so this is slightly. I'm gonna have to find. Oh man, it was the same. I don't know if you can remember when we were in that sideways range in the pound US dollar for like 2 or 3 weeks. I don't know if you can remember that, Troy. This is going back just before the tariff announcement. The 2-3 weeks. 2-3. Yeah,
that's what he called it. Liberation Day.
Yes, Liberation Day. All right. So the 2-3 weeks prior to that, we were in a pretty sideways range.
They're liberating me from my money. Sorry. I'm sorry. You guys will get to know that sarcasm is very, very strong with me. And isn't that quite unusual for Americans? Because I'm very sarcastic, but it's pretty in tune with dry British. So I'm very good to meet a sarcastic American. So I'm very pleased. That's me.
No, but that's very much welcomed here, Troy. You're in the right place for sure. I can't find an example now, but gold. Let me show you gold. Maybe on gold it will be a more recent example. I just hope I'll be able to show it. Yeah. Okay. See, now what you just showed there on Bitcoin, you can't see my chart. Let me just do that. I've got 2 minutes. I'll be quick. All right, I'll be quick. Yeah, let me just keep quiet. Okay, so you see, here's an example, and this is why I disagree with you. You see, like, you don't get a proper touch here on this is gold. Remember, I took that trade on the 15-minute time frame at a beautiful move all the way to the top, and then it came right back. This is the first proper touch. This was I don't know. It was just if you look at the 15-minute time frame, it was just crashing through below it. Like we go to. I'm not sure if I can go back this far. Please don't lose the spot. Right. We just zoom out. I'll find it quicker. There. Okay. So the entry was. You see, it didn't hold the support level. It didn't touch it or anything like that. Well, there, kind of touched it. Then it broke through, and this was the entry, right? That little impulse, and then it came back, and then you had your double bottom, a beautiful move. Okay. But then you came back right to the daily support, and then on the 1 hour time frame, that's when I entered the second the second position. right? With that engulfing candle coming again off the daily support. Do you see what I mean? So if you look at that support level you have there, it just broke through and then bounced back up. So it's not a first touch, if that makes sense. The first touch would, I think it's very difficult to articulate, but I just feel like a Bitcoin could see something like this because he just pierced through, made that V. It could come back down and touch it and then move.
Oh yeah,
higher.
I don't disagree. You're right. I think that the issue is it's about how easy is it to trade. If you had like a higher high, right, that helps. Right, helps.
Yeah.
And also the other
you don't.
Yeah, we don't. And the other issue we talked about was when we've got ambiguity on support, and we do have ambiguity as at support, and you can see those little wicks to the left in the middle of the screen, which are of course causing that ambiguity. But yeah, I mean, absolutely. But it's what is in your risk tolerance. So.
Yeah, but I mean, but anyway, I think the point is like, even if it does go back to that support, unless you have like a really strong bias and you're very confident that it's going to go back up, which I don't think is very clear on any of the time frames. Because you do have that downward slope, like you just already said, you need to make at least a higher high. I always get confused. I always say, Troy, you'll get used to me. I say higher high, and then I actually mean lower low, high low, lower.
Higher high is right.
Higher low. But when I show you the chart, you'll know what I mean, and you kind of use the wrong words, but I know exactly what he's talking about. So, anyway, Troy, it was a great pleasure to have you here today.
Back at you.
Looking forward to have more sessions with you, Paul. Always great to see you. Robert and Andre and Lola also said hi earlier. Hi, Lola. And everybody else watching, thanks for joining. The next session starts in half an hour from now. But from us, have a great weekend. And trade safe. Don't place any trades today. It's Friday. Just let it all run out and come back on Monday. We'll see you next week. Cheers, guys. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Cheers. See you, Troy. Take care.
Michael, how are you?
I am awesome. Just enjoying this NFP
Good to
Friday.
hear. NFP. Wow. Yeah, it was wasn't as dramatic as some other times, but nonetheless, still more dramatic than an average day. Just grab that cable. Just waiting on Aymane, and hopefully we can get this started. Where is Aymane?
Yeah, I seen a few people shorting Euro USD today.
Shorting it. I haven't looked at the Euro US dollar.
They got it, but it's still a gamble.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Aymane's here. Aymane, can you hear us? Hello, Aymane?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. I think it might be him.
Hello, sorry.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, all right now. What up, Aymane?
Hello.
How are you doing
Good.
today?
Michael, how are you doing?
Not bad,
Awesome.
not bad.
No?
Not bad at all.
You
How
feel
was,
excited?
How was your guys trading day?
I trade today actually. I took
okay.
You did? What?
Yeah.
Okay.
I trade in one account. Yeah. I trade today. I took a nice buy. Later I short, but just base hits, 30, 40
nice.
points. And
that's all you
Sam,
need.
how
I'm
are you
guilty.
doing?
I did too. I'm guilty. I took a trade today too.
Well, it's all good.
Excited, Sam, for NASDAQ today?
No, we said next week. It's still this week.
I want to get you today, but yeah.
Patience, Aymane. It will happen. But yeah, no, I traded ES, managed to get one trade in. I'm seeing a potential for a nice buy trade coming up soon. I'm just keeping my eye on it. I've got an alert. It did trigger the alert, but it didn't quite get to where I want to. In fact, let me just whip up these charts and I can show you what I'm on about. Right. You should be able to see it. Okay, where are we? So I am seeing, this is an old gap. I can move that away. But I'm potentially seeing, if we get down to this gap here, it's a beautiful gap. It wants to get down. It's been very kind of choppy the last, a few hours. It's been very choppy, kind of making its way down. And I think once we get here, we're going to have a good reaction, potentially even back to the high of the day. But I'll play it by ear, obviously. But yeah, could see a very nice trade. Just hoping it does actually get there. It got very close just before the session started. I'm talking like a minute or two. Right. And I was like, oh, do I quickly start the session? What do I do? Look how close it got. Like 4 minutes before the session started. And I was like, it got very close for an entry. Oops, wrong chart. Very close for an entry, but not quite yet. I do think it's going to play around a little bit before it does get there. I've also got it marked out on this chart. What I don't like, though, is on this chart, you can see the delta just peaked on that low, 1,000. And the buyers came in with 1,000 delta, which I don't like because that's usually a good sign of the reversal. And I'm really hoping this isn't the move and that it got very close but didn't actually get there, because otherwise, but I don't know. I'm kind of keeping my eye on it. It's hard to say at this moment in time. The market's moving very slowly. I don't want it to be a repeat of yesterday where it gets that close to your entry and then
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think it was two
doesn't
times,
quite
like
get there.
GBP CAD and ES.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact,
yeah.
let's have a look whatever happened to that CAD trade. What was it? CAD, right? CAD GBP. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Oh, okay. It did come back into it. Wouldn't have quite hit the take profit, but could have easily got out on the end of the day in profit. But yeah, no, sadly. But it was very choppy price action around that area. And then eventually today it broke through, came back, retested it, and shot down. But again, I wasn't looking at CAD today, pound CAD. But that, yeah, that would have been all right, that trade. Not too bad. But in terms of just today, the trade I took, so we had NFP, obviously. Nice big candle here, NFP candle. I simply took a buy trade, very simple. Let me let's move the volume profile to see how it was at the beginning of the day. Not the beginning, but you know what I mean, before the market open. Honestly can't remember exactly where I entered, but I did take a buy near market open, and it kind of pushed up a little bit, got it in a very small scalp. I can't for the life of me remember where it was now. 1 minute. I remember there was a gap. Aha, yes. There a gap was made. And I basically like scalped it. And I think it was this wick here that I took my profit on. I can't remember.
Mhm.
Let me look on the 1 minute. I'll be able to see it better on the 1 minute because that's what I was using. Yes, I remember this. I remember getting very wicky, like very, very. No, here it was. Here it was. Now I'm seeing it. Yes, here it was. Okay. That was the gap that was created. And then it got wicky and it came back in, and then I basically bought it back to like around here. But that was pretty much it. It was a very small trade. But I'm seeing a potential big move. If we get back down to here, I could see a big move happening. And I want to catch that. I really, really want to catch that. So I don't know whether to wait because it might happen in a few minutes. And I don't want to, I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think it will get here in the next few minutes, or
I
guys
think
want to take over?
I think 99% it will go, it will come there. I'm thinking it will break, but we will see.
You think it will break?
Yeah.
I mean, if I look at the delta, right, at the top of the day, there was a huge spike, right? So I know that that's kind of pretty much locked in, but it can still break it, right? Because whoever was trapped up here, these people are long gone out the market now. Then they're not going to be holding it still. But you can see all these big clusters like 1.2K. These people already stopped out the market. They're done for. So that reversal was kind of fair enough, and it's kind of made this. I don't know. I still think we're good. Probably not today, but we're still going to get up to here in the next few days, maybe. And I think regardless, there's going to be a reaction when it hits here. Some kind of reaction. It might not be, we might just target to like the point of control, for example. It might just be back up to the bottom of these lows here. But there'll be some kind of reaction. Obviously, best case scenarios to the high of the day. But I kind of agree that it'll probably be unlikely that it will do that. At least within this session, I highly doubt it. So yeah, I don't know. It looks like it's not going to get there probably not right now. So I'll keep an eye on it. I've got my alert. You guys can jump in And if I interrupt you guys, I do apologize in advance.
No worries.
Let me jump in because I have a potential setup, but for shorts, but I'm still, let's say, hesitating. So again, we came back to this weekly supply. So I know it's Friday, but still it's really nice setup. So we had weekly supply. We have yesterday, we took the previous high, closed red. So normally today it was more to short the market. But since, if you remember, guys, like I talked about these two candles here, and I said that they will be potential next couple of days, it will be ranging between this high here and this low 800 point range. So for this setup that I am waiting for, I'm not sure if it will give me an entry. It's based on the 30 minutes and also based on all this absorption. So let's start with the absorption first. So if I go to 15 minutes, you will see some, let's say, let's start with the volume. So we had 31,000 in the volume in this candle. We had 21, 16, so high volume. And there was no, let's say, no continuation to the upside. There was a lot of absorption. You can see here a lot of absorption. Here there was some sellers, they push, but buyers still step in. You can see here more absorption, no continuation. So, and now we are seeing like on this 15 minutes candle, like minus 150 cluster and potential continuation. I was thinking to short the market from here, but for me, it will be better if we came back to this supply, 30-minute supply. You can see that we took the previous candle, how to say it, high, closed red, got the continuation. So what I want to see is coming back to this area, maybe give me a sort of absorption or momentum candle showing that we will break, and then I will short the markets, maybe at
That's
least
a
coming.
perfect move.
Yeah.
Seriously, that is perfect.
Yeah, that's the setup, and especially like the idea we are in a weekly supply, and also there was a big absorption here. So for me, like, yeah, this will be, if we came to this area here, I will be thinking to short for sure.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think I might have something too on USD CAD, but I'm gonna let it play out a little bit. But no, I totally agree with that, Amen. That's like a beautiful look at that M break, retest, short. That's what I see.
Yeah. About quickly about the trade I took today. It was simple. My bias today was bearish, but I saw a very beautiful retest for my area. You can see this candle. It took the previous low, closed green, and got the continuation. Here was the open. This is 15 minutes. So I draw my area of demand, and I took the buy on the retest here of the area. Oops. Yeah. Okay. I took the retest here on the 5 minute. It was a big momentum candle, and it was really good absorption here. And I bought straight away. After, not straight away, I waited 1-2 seconds just to see the momentum is pushing, and I bought here at the retest. If I show the delta on the 5 minutes on this candle, I like most of the time to enter, to get a little bit good risk reward, to enter on momentum candle. So if I want to buy, I want to see a big red candle into my demand and wait for the next candle to open. So it was this candle right here. I think I was on, yeah, I was, I think somewhere here. Yeah, I bought right after when this candle
Okay,
here opened.
I do want to
Okay.
take this setup.
Yep.
Let me grab the screen really
Yeah.
quick.
Go for
Yep.
it.
Yeah, so like you said, I know it's Friday, but this is a pretty solid setup. This is on USD CAD. Now I'm really liking the 1-for-1. I mean the risk to reward on here. It's pulling back slightly. I wanted it to pretty much come to this area here, which it pretty much just did. This is close enough for me. I can take this, especially at a 3-for-1, 1-for-3 rather. Let's see. Yep. All right. It just closed too. I'll go ahead and grab this now so it doesn't get the best of me. Let's see. Just a little bit. I'm only putting a half on this. Right. But yeah, this is USD CAD. I'm actually really liking the way this looks. Now this could come down here and touch this 13. I'm gonna set me an alert just in case it does, because price loves to bounce off this 13 EMA here. And I'll just check this out just in case it does come back there. Then I'll consider putting my other position on if it does that. But yeah, this is a pretty nice move here. This 1350 cross. All right, after we got this funky little half a back structure, well, head and shoulder structure, kind of come over, bounces off this, and I can see this running back up to this 800 EMA here. This is actually a 15-minute trade too, so this might happen pretty quick. We also got the market baseline has gone above the static. First time price has actually touched the signal line. This might be nice, really, really nice. So I just jumped in here, and again, I'm gonna leave this just in case this does touch this 13 EMA price to put my second position on, and that'll pretty much be it. But yeah, I just wanted to jump in and show that really quick. My bad, awesome. Go right ahead.
Yeah, we have Trump at like 10, 12, 14 minutes from now signing executive orders. So we could potentially see
some. But we already know about them, so maybe
see some movement.
That's old news, right? No, but I mean, like, we already know
he's going to continue back.
It's not fresh information, is it?
You never know with Trump. Sometimes he's saying like there is the press conference and he's saying some stuff. Yesterday I was shocked why the market moved so down, just because of the fights and the arguments with Trump and Elon Musk.
To me, that was hilarious.
That was funny.
When
I
saw
hilarious to me.
Like it's crazy, like Epstein and that stuff. So it's
Please
don't take our YouTube down.
You're gonna get us demonetized and take off. Let's not talk about that stuff.
Okay.
That was crazy.
But yeah, damn.
Beef.
Well, that's more than beef. That's more than beef. That's become personal.
Yeah. Big time.
Well, for me, like first thing I did is checked like Tesla, and it was nice short. Actually, I said, "Damn."
Yeah,
it was a nice short. Like sometimes as a traders we are like emotionless. So
yeah. Or you can just kind of pre-spot that opportunity, right? Like, always I always correlate these things back to billions, obviously, but in the show. One of the ways actually where I got his money, if you remember, Aymane, was when the Twin Towers on 9/11. He shorted like aviation, hotels, like all of that stuff. And he made like 750 million in one day, shorting all of
that. Crazy.
When you have drama and stuff like that, it's always good to at least check it out. I mean, I don't trade stocks, but that would seem like that'll be an opportunity to do something like that.
Yeah. Well, that is how the markets work. Sadly, sometimes, but I think happened in real life as well. A lot of people made a lot of money from shorting aviation stocks and whatnot during 9/11. But what can you do?
It's not illegal. That's what they always say.
Not illegal. That's it. No, it's not illegal.
Well, cool. Yeah, I took one quick short. I can show that. I'm sorry. I actually No. My bad. I meant to say earlier this morning, the one trade that I did take. I'll go ahead and show that. Now, I'll be honest. The only reason I took this is because I was waiting on this to happen yesterday. If you remember, I was in the US 30. Right. I took this trade this morning. So on the 1 hour though. So remember yesterday. I was waiting on in the session. I almost took this trade, but I didn't. Oh wait, did this just set up in front of me? Yeah, it's about to. This actually is. It's about to set up right in front of me. Yeah, the next move in here. Dang, that looks a little funny though. Never mind. This looks funny. If this would close above this 13 EMA, this looks like this would be a nice buying opportunity. But this actually the second time it touched the 50 because the first time was over here. So never mind. Anyway, go back to 1 hour. Yeah, I remember I almost took this yesterday right here. I was waiting for this candle to close above this area to go long yesterday. Right, but the candle had came all the way back down, and I ended up not taking it. Remember, I pointed out this this bounce trade. First leg, second leg. I told you I got stopped out here yesterday. That's when I lost this killed my winning streak. And then this came back in here. I was late to it, so I let it go. But I was waiting for this to close above this area, this candle, but it pulled back. So when I seen it come back down today, or yesterday rather, and kind of, still make this pattern off the 200, I was kind of anticipating it to go long today. And I told myself, if this did go long, I would take this. And that's exactly what happened. So once this candle at NFP jumped up here and it closed up here, I took a position. And this thing hit TP so fast, it was scary. Let me see if I can pull this up.
Nice.
See when I took exactly. I took this today. Let's see. I took this. Let me see. I took this at today's the 6th. I took it at 9:33, right? And then this got triggered at. No, wait, that can't be right. No, wait, that can't be right. Let me look at that again. They're saying I took this at 9:06. Oh, okay, 9:06. Is that right? Yeah, I think I took this at 9:06. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So 9:06 is when I got in this, and 9:33. No, wait. All right, now I'm confused because it says 5:62.
Maybe the time is different to your computer's time.
Maybe. Anyway, this happened really quick. Like when I got in this, and literally once this closed, and I got the email for stop loss to break even super quick because I had it at about halfway through this. What was that? Yeah, about somewhere around here because I didn't take it until here. So about halfway through it, I had my stop loss to break even just in case. And man, before I could even go upstairs to actually move my stop loss to break even, it was already at TP. So it was a super quick move. But yeah, that's the only reason I took this because again, yesterday I was waiting for this to close above to take it long, and it didn't. If you guys remember, I said they holding this for NFP tomorrow. So when it came in and it closed, this green candle closed above like this, I just hurried up and grabbed it. And man, this thing smacked TP quick 1-for-1. I only took this on one of my accounts. I didn't take it on all of them, obviously, because I wasn't supposed to take this, but I couldn't help myself when I seen this. And yeah, that was the only move I really seen for today. I didn't even look at the charts today. Most of the time on NFP, I don't do it. It's just so close to say the second entry was here, but this is pretty much gone. I don't like how this touched this already. Like I would be interested. See, price touched the 50 right here, but I want it to be the first time the price touched the 50 right here. The first time. So this is 1, this is 2. I don't want to take the 2s. I want to take the 1s.
Yeah,
like the very first time this happened. Because it's the way the structure is. It's the move off the 200 and then a move off the 50. In this case, it's the move off the 200, the move off the 50, and this is the second move off the 50. I don't like those. It's not as high probability. But yeah, that was pretty much it for me today. Like I said, I hardly ever trade NFP. I have way too many losing days. This is actually my highest losing day in my entire career. Not just dollar amount, but consistency amount. So the data is all in my face to say I should not be trading on this day.
Yeah. No, fair play, fair play.
Yeah.
Aymane, is your trade setting up? Because I can see it's pushed up a bit.
Yep.
I'm worried that it's making its move already.
No, I'm just a little bit. I'm not 100% sure. That's why
I think I'm sure it will go up. I just don't know if this push up right now we've seen in the last few minutes is the beginning of the move. The delta would tell me that it is, but I know the delta can sometimes be wrong. It's just that candle at the bottom, the lowest candle, 1 minute candle, huge amount of sell orders, and then instantly a massive influx of buyers. That's always a typical reversal. It's just done it in an area where, like, I guess there's a big, I don't know. Let me
Oh, that's
let
you,
me show
you
this.
see this. I don't know. I'm not sure for ES, but there was a big order entering the market now, like minus 200
Sell order or
yeah, sell order. But I don't like when the candle is green, and there is a big sell order. But let's see. Maybe I will jump in. Let's see.
But yeah, it's this bottom here that's telling me it's making its move already. That switch in delta, it's just done it a bit high up. I expected it to be a bit lower, but if you look actually on the volume profile right here, how the volume drops off, that's reacts similar to a gap. So although that is like the lowest point here,
I'm in.
the lowest volumes there, you're in. Oh, okay, show us.
Yeah.
Let me pop that away. I hope you're right. I hope you're right that it will go down because I want it to go down so I can enter into a buy. I hope you're right, like 80% right, and then
and then the last 20% helps you out.
Please, Sam, don't call them. Don't tell them to go high from me. Yeah. So
market makers.
Yeah. So like I explained earlier, we had big absorption here. We are in the weekly supply, 4 hour also supply. So for me, I'm not looking to buy at all, just because of just weekly area, but simply we could break higher. This is the nature of the market. The confirmation that I have absorption, we couldn't break. We had big clusters here, like I showed earlier, and I had this fresh supply that was created, took the previous candle high, close red, continuation. So, and then the entry was basically, we had 3 minutes big candle here, and when you check the 5 minutes, not big absorption, but at least there was some let's say some big clusters at the top. This is the order that I said it's when you see this big order like this and in a green candle, it should push down. Otherwise, it looks a little bit bad if it starts pushing up. So especially when in a green candle and you see this order, like it's it's a little bit 50-50, but I still like the trade. So let's see.
I hope you're right, man. I really do hope you're right.
I like it too, to be totally honest.
It's looking good actually. The only thing which is normal because it's a Friday, we're holding you see those wicks here, we didn't break and close below them, so we are still holding, let's say, all those wicks because we had this week, this is the, and we close inside those supports, let's say. So this is the one thing that it's a little bit 50-50. One thing I saw on the other side, it's on the 1 minute, we got a potential squeeze here, this big candle. But when I flip 5 minutes, like when I flip to 5 minutes, we got big candles from here and we couldn't break the high. So we had this big candle here, we couldn't break the high, and now we're so for me, like, I saw this 1 minute candle, big candle, I thought, okay, maybe it's a potential squeeze, go higher. And then I said, nah, let's say we are getting big candles from here, and we're retracing and getting more big candles. So I am a little bit more, let's say, too short to go even. I don't know, I don't want to say something crazy, but maybe come even to those lows here. If there is something some news maybe could support that, it will be nice. If
Yeah.
not,
I hope you're right, man. But I have this gut feeling that the upward move has happened.
Michael, you
It's
see,
already initiated.
Michael, you see,
I-
he wants to
It's what the
sabotage.
market's telling me, man. The market's telling me that. It's the delta. Look at the delta, your time, 1 minute candle. See how it looks on NQ. 655 and 656. Look at the delta 1 minute candle. 655 and 656. Those two
This
candles.
same. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's that instant reversal, heavy delta, and then huge buyers came in, boom, trapped those sellers right at the bottom.
Yeah, I see it, but the only thing that is a little bit different, of course, I'm not saying that maybe I will not get stopped out, for sure, no problem. But just I see, like, okay, we had it here with high volume, very negative delta, but we had similar also here at, let's say, 1843 my time. We had big push, big delta, big volume, but we still just retrace and got the, let's say, another buyer's absorption with positive delta and continue
Yeah.
lower.
But it
So
never broke it though on those ones. So if you look at the structure on the 1 minute, it's actually broken structure now. And
yeah, that's true.
And where it occurred, that heavy delta where it trapped the sellers at the bottom, was exactly where the volume dropped off, right? So when you couple those things together, to me, I'm actually a little annoyed I didn't notice the drop in volume earlier, because then I probably would have jumped in even though it didn't hit the gap. But hopefully it comes back for a retest. I really hope. Like, I genuinely want it to come back down so I can jump in. Like, I do not want to sit here and miss a trade. If it keeps going up, it's just going to really tick me off, because I think I could have been in this.
Yeah, I think we will go back. We will go back, hit my TP, and then maybe enter.
I hope so, man. I hope so.
No,
I
but
really do.
just it's Friday, so you expect everything from Fridays. But even 30 minutes now, I'm checking the 30 minutes delta. So we even the green candle here on the 30 minutes, I still like it. I still like it. Like, no much big orders here. We had some negative order here, and we are testing the biggest order here, so minus 144. So I hope this order will not like we don't fail this order. We respect it and come back to here. But it's still looking good. Like, it's possible, but it's still looking good. Let's see the 1 hour.
Because truth be told, if it comes back down into that area, I'm entering on my live account as well. Because that is, I'm that confident there will be a decent reaction to it.
What's the area, Sam?
Let me check if it's on NQ. It should be on NQ as well.
No, yeah.
Oh, it's on NQ as well. It starts at 21,712. It's the beginning of it.
21,712. Okay. Yeah. Yep.
So just the wick on NQ got very close, even closer than ES, like that much away from touching it. But if I can pull up my screen again,
yeah,
real quick. Why am I zoomed in? 1 minute. How long has this been going on? I'm like zoomed in.
It's funny every time it happens too.
Come on. There we go. All right. It's so annoying, this camera. So even on NQ, right? That's the area there. Got very close, but where all the sellers got trapped is where the volume dropped off. And that has a very similar reaction. So we had all this volume, and then this is where it dropped off, where it went to almost zero. Had it happen here, where it reacted quite heavily, and again, and now it's almost like locked in that low, and it's going to make its move up. The question is, if it starts breaking above these highs, then we're going up. So what annoys me is it just had to go a little bit more. I didn't spot it. I don't know. I'm not on my top game or something, because if I wasn't so fixated on that gap, I would have spotted there's actually a massive drop in volume there, and therefore this whole area as a whole could be the area. Do you know what I mean? It's more like that, because all this is one big gap if you look at it. When you look at the volume, right? Heavy volume, and the volume's kind of heavier there. This is all one big gap.
A little bit higher time frame, 30 minutes, maybe it will be. If you go on 30 minutes to see the gap, if it's maybe higher time frame.
Okay. One second.
Candle. 30 minutes.
It will look the same on 30 minutes. But if I 1 minute, if I change the amount of bars, then I can usually see. Come on, man.
Yeah.
That's exactly where it starts, right here. It drops off, and it basically touched. If I make it even bigger, that's annoyed me. Yeah, that's pretty much where it starts. So nonetheless, it was a little bit off. The actual true gap starts about there, where the volume drops off. So it did touch into it. In that case, I think that's the move made. It's locked in, trapped all those sellers at the bottom. If I look on the footprint of the 15-minute or the 5-minute, the move's already done. What I can now do is look for potentially a pullback and buy into it again. Now that I'm confident, right here, look at these sellers trapped at the bottom. 1.6 thousand.
Whoa.
See on the 5-minute if you can see it. Yeah, 1,000. So that's the locked in low right now. Not the low of the day, but as low as it will go probably for the next few hours, I would say. So it probably won't come back below here. So this is kind of like as low as it will go, I would say. So ideally, I could have probably bought when it pushed back a bit. If I see a retracement, now I'm going to look for structure then. Some kind of bullish structure. We're slowly starting to see it appear, right? So I had like a push up a little bit. We're starting to see that, higher highs, higher lows starting to get created on a smaller time frame. It's just broken the last high. So I'm going to let this leg play out. Let it play out. Hopefully it comes back in again, creates, and then I can probably buy into it. But yeah, I missed the opportunity. Damn. That's very annoying. I keep missing it, man. What is going on? I'm just giving up, man. You guys have a good time. I'm off. Take care.
Say, what is going on?
This is so annoying. 2 days in a row.
Yeah.
3 trades in a row I've missed on live sessions now. This is ridiculous, man. Okay. Game plan.
Gotta get back
Game
to
plan.
the
I'm gonna make a
basics.
game. Gotta create a game plan. Yeah, so I could have. I missed even a second trade, man. I just see it now in hindsight. So this purple area is a gap, right, in volume. And then when it broke above it, you can see clear as day. And to be honest, again, look at this. Barely touches it. Gets so close to touching it. So technically, I think I would have missed that as well, because I wouldn't have clicked enter, because it technically didn't touch it. And then you could have bought it again. So I missed that opportunity. I've missed them all, man. This is really, really bad. All right, the next one. And we've got a gap up here. So I'm expecting a reaction, a short, yeah, it will push down a little bit once we get back up into this gap. So I expect a reaction there. Hopefully that reaction enables me to buy, but then I won't have, no, that's rubbish. I won't have a gap to trade off of. So I can't really just buy it anywhere. I'd have to wait for this area to break. Yeah, this area to break and it come back, test it from the other side. Then I can buy near the high of the day, which isn't ideal. And time-wise, I don't think it would happen. But you can
Yeah,
actually
this looks like
see
we're supposed to be
here's a
short
lovely
at
gap.
any moment right now. To me, still, like this is pretty much. This is the retest after the break. This zone right here, where it's at right now, is the retest.
So you think it will drop down here?
Yep.
Or I hope so, man. I hope it comes back into this area because I want to buy it so badly. I really want to buy it, but I can't buy it right now. I mean, look, it's still got bearish structure in the short term, right?
For sure. It might
We're
like drop
looking at
down, give
Elliott
you
wave.
a second leg.
We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So Elliott wave would say that's it for that one. It's been played out. It's all kind of, for me, it's all pointing that it's going to keep going up. But wait. Okay. If it comes to this black line here, I'm going to buy.
Maybe it will
all right,
come
let me
first
set an alert there.
the purple.
Buy if it comes
like,
back down there.
Like I don't know which chart you showed Sam right now, but the purple line, I think it will come back first.
This
to
one?
This line.
Yeah. I hope so. If it does, I'll definitely get in. I believe that is, I don't know what price is that roughly here. 5,997. Also psychological level right now we're on. We've just hit 6,000.
Mhm.
So 6,000 is right here. So that's a psychological level. So it makes sense why the markets are going sideways around there. 5,997. So around there. Yeah, this black line here. That's that gap there. So if it does come back, then I'll definitely buy it. I've got an alert. Have I got an alert set? No, I haven't. All right, got an alert set. But until then, there's nothing I can do.
What's your NQ looking like, Aymane?
Just gotta sit and wait.
Sorry?
Where's that NQ trade looking like?
It's negative for me. I still like 30 minutes, 1 hour charts for delta, but the only thing I don't like now it's just the 5 minutes. The 5 minutes it looks like okay, it looks 50-50. So we have some buyers here, we have some absorption of the sellers here, and we are pushing slowly. The 5 minutes is is the only time frame delta, let's say delta chart, that I don't like. Just we have some buyers, which is okay, but we have this is here. You can see this in this candle here. this 5-minute red candle, we had this minus 128. So some sellers got absorbed, let's say, and after we are pushing slowly. So this is the one thing that's I'm not liking. Let's see. So we have this big order here at the top. There is a high chance maybe we could continue. 15 minutes, it's okay. It looks okay. What I mean with it looks okay is now it doesn't look that's okay. So we have this 127 in the middle. We could simply test it and come back to check these highs. 30 minutes, it's good. 1 hour, it looks good, but again, let's go 30 minutes. 30 minutes is still looking okay, to be honest. We still didn't close. There is much like 13 minutes, 14 minutes left. So we will see if we will hold this supply. We could simply come back, like hit my stop here above the supply, come back to this area and see. Maybe we break, maybe respect it and come back. But let's say in terms of the candlesticks and the price. I don't know. Like
I think you're going to get stopped out, Aymane, if I'm honest.
Yeah,
I think
we'll see.
it's made its move up. It's going to be like a train. It's just going to boom, boom, boom. It's going to do it slowly and surely and keep going up. That's just how it is, I think.
I don't know.
But what can you do?
I still believe on it a little bit, because, just based on 30 minutes.
The good news right now is you're on the point of control. That's the only good news.
So I will be,
meaning,
let's say,
there's going to be.
I will be waiting to get stopped out because it's in point of control. Like it will chop out a little.
Well, there's going to be a bit choppy now, and it might push down a little bit. I don't think you'll go back to your entry point, if I'm honest. I think you'll be in drawdown until you get stopped out.
Yeah. It's okay. It's all right. Yeah. Let's see which candle will close right now. So I don't know, but even like it's close to my stop, I'm still thinking just this 5-minute delta charts should change. Something should happen. But if it continues slowly grinding like this with small clusters, nah.
I hope so, man. I hope so. I'm looking at the depth of market. Nothing. Yeah, there's nothing obvious on the depth of market either. Like I could, I don't know, give you some hope maybe.
But it's hope.
Oh, I just saw a chunk of sellers sell, so you might get a little reaction.
Sam is joking. Sam is
No, I'm dead serious. I think it will drop a little bit right now. I'm seeing it on the depth of market. Some aggression come in. I think there will be a bit of a drop.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see. Okay, 142. How many minutes left? 45 seconds left to candle close.
All red.
Nice.
Depth of market.
I like. Now I start to like it. 149. Okay, how many seconds left? 25 seconds. So I want this to hold. Push back lower. Here we had absorption of 113. Now we have 149. So come on. How many minutes left to 10 minutes? 1 hour, 10 minutes also. Yeah, it's possible.
I saw sellers come in on the depth of market, but then buyers also came in. It's now kind of gone back to 50-50, I'd say.
Let's see on 15 minutes. Yeah. So this is, let's say, this is where the market's open. What's here? Yeah, here.
Oh,
In this
here we go. Sellers just came in.
Let's see. We are breaking.
It's getting quite choppy on the depth of market.
Yeah. Nah, but it's going.
Buyers are.
Robert, you're hilarious. Robert in the comments going off.
I'm gonna put 1.5 mil at 21,670 for you. Aymane, what are you doing now? You're like drawing higher highs, higher lows. You're holding on to hope. This is what traders do when they know the trade.
No, it's not.
They start pulling out the most random stuff, and like, I'm gonna start drawing extra lines here. And
I have my stop loss above the supply. My entry is okay. So yes, I don't like we are going, let's say, slowly up. The 5 minutes is the only time frame that I don't like. I still like 30 minutes, 1 hour. So I'm still okay. Do I think I'm gonna get stopped out? Yes. Yeah,
I can almost guarantee you will get stopped out. It's not coming back.
What happened to Sam today?
I'm telling you, I'm just being honest, man.
Like, you really don't want to trade NQ next week. That's what it is.
Yeah. Please, Sam, just you don't need to trade NQ. Just don't do it.
I'm trying to save you here, Aymane. I'm trying to tell you to get the hell out of this trade. Save.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is NFP Friday for you. For sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down in this USD CAD trade. If it comes back to this other price though, I'm gonna hit the button again. I can't lie. I'm only down 0.1% on it. So I still had a pretty good entry on this first one. I just don't like how I pull back like this. Pretty tough. We'll see.
I'm still waiting for a trade.
Yeah. So what do you think, Sam?
On sorry, what? USD CAD?
No. On
NQ.
NASDAQ. No. What do you think about trading NASDAQ next week?
I'll give it a shot.
Like, are you prepared mentally?
Of course.
Yeah.
Easy. No problem. No problem.
I think I should buy a shirt or print a shirt like Sam. I love NQ. It's really nice. Yeah. Sam.
Hi, I'm Sam, and I love trading NQ.
Yeah. And ES.
Remember our bet, Aymane. Whoever has the one trade in the live session only, with the highest amount of points, right? So starting from Monday all the way to Friday, we'll write down, whatever your personal best is. If I win, you got to trade ES. If you win, I'll do another week of NQ.
Okay. I told you yesterday you are bringing me to your game, but it's okay.
I'm just gonna hold like crazy. I'm just gonna wait for that one home run. If I get stopped out, who cares? I'm just gonna wait for the home run trade. I'm gonna hold overnight. I'm gonna enter, in fact, on Monday and close out on Friday.
So maybe we should tweak a little bit the conditions. Maybe we should do performance wise, like how many green trades.
Yeah, we could do that. That's fine. We can do that.
Okay. You know me. I'm looking just for 20 points.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there's got to be. All right. Michael will be the judge, right?
Yeah, I'll be the referee for sure. All
There's
right, I'm
gonna
about to
be-
enter the second position, by the way. Just wanted to throw that out
Oh,
there.
do you want to show it?
Yeah, I can. Then it got to this price I really wanted it to, and I only got half of it on. If I lose this trade, I'm gonna lose 1% on this, but let's see. Yeah, dang, it's a little bit higher than I wanted it, but it's fine still. All right, so stop loss is still right here at 83, 36.83. Yeah, 36.83. 36.83. $36.83. 83. All right, and I'll just put the other half of my position on at 125. Come on. 125. All right, cool. All right, I just grabbed that just so I can get in it, and I'll go back and put my TP's at the same spot. TP was at 37.30. 37.30. Not too bad. All right. So if I can get this won't be bad at all. Yeah, I got two of these on here. As you can see, I kind of got them averaged out, I guess. But yeah, I really wanted it to come and touch this. That's what I said, check this out. But that's a little low, actually. I really should have just got it at the 13. So either one of these is pretty good. Either right where it's at because of this structure right here is kind of bouncing off this like little area, or the second one would be it touching the 13 EMA. Now, if it comes down here and touches this, damn it. That's all I can say.
Damn.
Damn, it's Friday.
Yeah, that's it. We'll see how this turned out so far. I'm down 0.2% on the position right now. Yeah, we will see. We will see. I'm good for the week no matter what. This is like, I'm talking about May was already hanging for me. And this is the first week of June already up. I was up on Sunday with gold.
Nice.
That set me up already for the week. So we'll see how this play out. But yeah, super excited for the rest of the year, to be totally honest.
Me too. Me too.
Mm-hmm.
I want it to be the best year so far for me. New
Same.
goals, new heights, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Trading,
New
thank you.
accounts, more commas, more zeros, more
That's
payouts.
That's it. That's what we want. That's what we want. But yeah, Michael, you'll be the judge for this, right?
Yeah, I'll be the judge for sure.
Because one of us might have like the most points, but have like the worst win rate.
Please, don't corrupt the
I'm gonna preface it now with, right, I'm the hedge fund manager, right? And I'm deciding to see which trader I want to invest my $1 million in. Whoever has the best performance, you know what I'm saying?
Like, so even drawdown, stuff like that matters, right?
Yep. Like, yeah, you made 4%, but you were down 6% this week in drawdown. Like, who cares? The other trader, he only made 2%, but he was in drawdown 1%. I'm fine with that. You know what I mean? So I'm looking at it from that point of view, not just who won, who had more pips, who, whatever. I'm looking at it from a all around, hey, I got $1 million I'm going to invest into a trader. Which trader do I want to invest in?
Deal. All right. This should be a good.
So guys, I am sick next week.
You'll probably. The thing is, you'll probably win
Sam,
this, Aymane, because
you get in his territory.
Sam, you are good.
No. A, it's NQ, so you know NQ. B, you're much more of a scalper than I am. I'm way more like, it has to go exactly to the point before. Like, so I keep missing trades, right? And I don't know. I think You're
Sam.
you're more willing to jump in the market than I am.
Sam, prepare yourself.
You sure
I-
about to see.
So, quick question though: when you trade on the Ola Prime platform, NQ, what lot size do you enter?
Sometimes 0.5, sometimes 1. For example, this trade here 1.
Okay. And what is your stop? And let me put up your screen's up, by the way.
Yeah.
So you entered 1, and you're in only -50. That doesn't even make any how.
Yeah. For
I
example,
think ES and NQ is different then.
I think all of them $1 per point. I think if I'm
because
one,
you know
one
what I
lot,
noticed.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was looking at MT5 on NQ, and its contract size NQ is 10 times less. So when you enter with like the same lot size, you're actually entering the same amount, depending on how they move. If that makes sense.
Okay.
So although you entered with a 1 here, if I entered with ES on 1, we'd be down about the same amount. Does that make sense? Even though NQ's moved more points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. I for me, like when I checked it, I think $1 it's for one contract $1. But I'm not 100% sure. Here I'm gonna get stopped out. I don't know. Yeah, I was stopped out here. Here, not yet. I will get stopped out now.
So point value of one lot is $1 as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Point value. Yeah. Point value for one lot is 1.
What is your point size for NQ? 0.1 for yes.
For me, like I'm futures like.
Okay. Yeah. Of course. Let me check then.
Like.
Yeah. Okay. So let me pull up the screen. I'll show you what I mean. Actually, you can do it here. You can do it here. Just go to the Ola Prime platform. Go to like where all the like the watch list or whatever, where NQ and whatnot is, the symbols. And if you click on, your one looks a bit different. In fact, let me pull it up. It's fine.
Okay.
I'm not used to match trader, so I've I can walk you through it right now. All right. So if you look at match trade, all right. So if you look at S&P, if we click on info, point size is 0.1, and point value is $1 US of one lot, right? But if you go on NQ, point size is 0.01, so it's 10 times smaller. So therefore, point value of one lot is 0.01 USD. So although NQ moves a lot more, you don't actually have to adjust the lot size for ES and NQ, right? So you when you enter one lot on S&P, and it moves, it will be about this. It will be the same as entering one lot on NAS as well. So because their point sizes, NQ is literally 10 times less. So and it moves roughly 10 times more. So it balances out. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you don't have
that
to
makes sense.
worry about
Cause
like
technically for me when I'm trading currencies, it's 0.10 is $1, but here it's 1.0 is $1.
Yeah.
Because I have to do a whole different math equation for currencies and for the commodities.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the thing you always have to do before trading any new pair. You got to look at how much is like on CFDs, for example, how much is a lot. Do you know what I mean? How much is their point size, stuff like that? Because then you can kind of figure out, okay, how much you should be entering, or just have a demo of whatever platform you're using and test out however you like.
And I'll be honest, I think that's why DX Trade is so much better than Match Trader, because at least you can quickly just put your stop loss on, and then you can just adjust the lot size from there, and it'll automatically tell you how much you're going to lose.
Yeah.
Much simpler. I think it's a lot more user
You
friendly.
prefer it than MT5?
MT5 doesn't do that. You got to know it.
Yeah,
I think
MT5
only
you gotta know.
C Trader does it, and DX Trade does it, but the rest of them don't do it. You have to know that math on your own, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's have a look. ES is still pushing up. I'm assuming you got stopped out then, Aymane.
Yeah. I was stopped out.
Just yeah. It's just not pulling back, man. There's no entry for me. There is 0 entry. Oh, are you kidding me? Wait a minute. Was that an entry? No, don't go off. Don't go off. 1 second. Let me just double check this. Zoom out. Come on. I need to look at the volume. There could be a trade. Oh, it's taking forever. All right, that is a gap. It broke above it. It's coming back. Come on. Let me just double check on this platform if it looks similar. Okay, I have to gap a little bit offset on this platform. All right. I'm gonna enter. S&P 0.5. Come on. What's going on? No, don't run away. Come on, come down a bit more. Just come down. Please don't do this. Come down just a little bit more.
Not again.
A little bit.
Not
No,
again.
don't run away. Come on, that's good. Come on. Are you kidding me? Come down because the spread is too big. You know what? It's probably going to hit the high of the
Oh, there you go.
That's it. Come down.
Come on,
Yep.
trading guy.
All right, there's a gap on this one. I'm just getting in. All right, got in. I'll jump in again if it goes to this gap. All right. It's not perfect, but it's good enough. Yeah, you got 600 cluster there.
It's a
I
risky one.
there.
It's a little bit risky.
It is,
Y'all
but
two are hilarious.
I'm adamant they locked in the low. I am adamant they locked in the low. Those two 1 minute candles right at the bottom, they locked it in. The only risk now would be kind of well, obviously too much drawdown is bad, but I can have a really tight stop just below this area here. Look at this nice big bullish candle, lots of volume. Is it going to take out the low of that candle? Absolutely not. So I'm happy. It's just the spread is terrible. Well, it's not terrible, but now I'm going to figure out where I'm going to put my take profit. So let's go back to. I could target the high of the day, but truth be told, I think it will break the high. I think we're actually probably going to go up to here. But wherever it is by the end of the session, I'll close out. So I entered like here somewhere. You know what? I'll technically put my TP to wherever that is. Thing is, I have no reference point of where it actually is because it hasn't been there in so long. If I go to like an hourly chart, maybe I can see. Okay, here we go. When was it last there? Back in 24th of February. Wow. Okay, a long time ago. Say about 8 p.m. Those. All right, I see where it is. So if I go to hourly chart, back to the 24th of February. You got to do this, unfortunately, because the futures price and CFD price doesn't match up. So you have to just do it based on structure. 24th of Feb, here it is. It's these little candles and wicks. That's where that zone is. So just below that wick there. All right, cool. I'm going to put my TP like there somewhere. Stop loss. We'll bring it back down to the 5. Let's have a look. Where can my stop be? The 1 minute candle. You know what? I'll put it below that 1 minute candle, that big one. Got a nice big. Give it a bit of breathing room. I don't think it's going to take out that low.
I see some good absorption of buyers. But again, this rally from the low, like you said, there is potential this low is secured. But
the thing is, it could very easily retrace. This is the thing. This is why it's dangerous to trade so high near the top, because it could retrace. But that's why I'm realistically speaking, if it breaks below that gap, I'm getting out, because then I know the retracement is going to be a bit deeper. And if it's a deeper retracement, we're potentially, but I don't, this candle here, this big one that had all that momentum.
The problem is, like, with
I
this,
think it will hold.
The problem with this big candle with
hold.
momentum,
I think it's, sorry.
Like if, like what
Yeah.
actually I want to see is continuation after this. So if we will hold in, and sellers step in, that will be probably like more absorption to retrace more lower. So that's because, like, it's the end of the day, and yeah, buying at the top, of course, sometimes we get at Friday some good rallies to the upside, no retracement, but buying at the top Friday, it's a little bit risky.
Yeah, no, I agree. It is, but I was adamant to get into some trade. I'll let it run. At the end of the day, one or two things are going to happen. Either I have to get out at a small loss, or we can potentially start going to the high of the day and even higher. Obviously, where I set my take profit is it's not going to do that in this session. That's probably won't even do it today. Doubtful. But the high of the day potentially could do it potentially. Let me just set that stop loss. I put the stop here. Quite a massive stop loss, but that's only as a safeguard. Sorry?
ES chart is a little bit different than NQ.
In what way? What is NQ doing? Let's have a look.
For example, ES, we took the previous daily high, previous day high on ES. On NQ, we didn't take the previous day high. On ES, we have a supply. I have a supply currently now on where is the price. So just
yeah, you're right. But also, just on this rally upwards now on ES, we're approaching the highs. I mean, not on ES, on NQ, we're approaching the highs. On ES, we still got quite a bit to go before we hit the highs. But that's giving me confidence, actually, that we're probably going to take out the high of the day, or at least get to it. You know?
Yeah.
But you're right, we never took out the high yesterday. Now that is interesting on NQ. We've got a gap right at the top there, which I do not like, because that means there's going to be some resistance, but we don't have that on ES. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, watch
don't know
out
how to take that now.
Yeah.
I actually don't know what to do with that information. There's a gap there.
Let's check.
I'm going to set an alert there.
Maybe there will be some trade on ES before the session end. Wow. On
Oh
ES,
my
if you
God,
click,
wait a second.
yeah.
I'm not
What?
looking at NQ, I'm looking at the CFD version. I'm looking at NAS 100, right?
Yeah.
This is annoying. Look at this. Look on NAS 100 where the gap is. It's clear as day right there.
Mm-hmm.
On the
You see some.
CFD using tick volume, it
Man, it
smashed
dipped
it.
right into it.
On the futures using contract volume, it never touched it.
That's
Never touched it.
crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. I think Sam,
What?
you will start trading NASDAQ, and then you will feel in love with it. It will be the story, like the headlines. Sam the
Right.
GOAT. Just
Maybe.
tried fun, tried
Maybe.
NQ, and then
But I'm just surprised that the CFD tick volume was more accurate. I'm just surprised that tick volume actually outperformed like the CME contract volume.
Mm.
Got it more accurate. I wonder what the S&P for some reason, why can't I get... All right, let's do this. Indices. S&P 500. There we go. Why does this look so weird? What is this? What the hell is this? Is it under Forex?
no, it's normal, Sam. Like Forex CFD, it's happened a lot on NQ, gold. Sometimes they take in the highs, but in Forex they didn't. Sometimes the reverse. So
No,
like
I'm trying to look for a CFD. CFD, US SP 500, Forex.com, or FXC. Why did... Oh, now it looks normal. Yeah, that one looks all right. Okay. The other one was like, what the hell was that chart? I just looked at a minute ago. I was like, what is that? Nah, see, even on the tick volume, the CFD tick volume, it missed it on ES as well. But on NAS 100 tick volume, smashed it. Perfect. Who knows? I don't know. I can't make sense of it. But I think the high of the day will get hit. So I'll set an alert for the high of the day. We've got like 12 minutes. I doubt it's going to do it in time, but let's just look at the, what do you call it? Footprint. Yeah, we're seeing these buyers come in, pushing it up, pushing it up. Sellers are pretty good at holding it back, but they're not actually able to even bring it down. Buyers are coming in bursts. So yeah, all good. It's all good. At least I got one trade in.
All right, little something. Yeah, this trade is kind of hanging out a little bit. I'm up on one of them since I got two positions. Not doing too bad. I'm gonna close it before the session over. So yeah, they actually both up $60 on it.
Nice.
Like 0.2%.
Robert, I'll get to your question in a minute, all right?
Yeah, we can get this to break above this little area here. This will work. Now I don't know if this is gonna happen in the next 10 minutes, but this is what I'll be looking for. I'm gonna close this no matter what. But if this can get a nice close above this, this would indicate to me, higher highs once again. And it should theoretically continue, but who knows? It's non-farm payroll Friday. It might not do anything. Yeah, this thing just bouncing around in here. Yeah. Yep. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen with this? Yeah, it's just sitting here. All of these wicks at the top, wick. This is like Wick City right here.
Wick City. I like that.
Seriously.
Well, Robert
Don't
asked,
start
what is
now.
that bottom thing going on your volume chart?
I think he's asking about those percentages that you have, Sam.
Yeah, I think so. Robert, are you talking about? I won't be able to see the chat, so if one of you guys can tell me if he replies. Are you talking about all this stuff here?
Still didn't respond, but for sure, I think it's that.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
awesome. So these bars here, these are all just delta, right? Difference between buy and sell is very easy. The number is the top number is delta again, and then the percent, 24%, all that stuff is the delta percent. So it's basically volume divided by delta times 100. Is that right, or is it the other way around? I can't do the math. So if you had like the volume was 100 divided by 50 times, no, but the other way around. Delta divided by volume times 100, right? Yeah. So yeah, it's delta divided by volume times 100. Basically says how much of the delta is responsible, how much is the delta responsible for the whole volume of that candle. So that 461 delta on this candle is 24% of the total volume of the whole candle. See it that way. But yeah, it's pretty cool. And it kind of just gives you like if the delta is like really high percent, usually that kind of can indicate like the market's exhausted, or it could be the opposite. It could be quite aggressive, right? So just gives you another kind of very similar to just the standard delta as well. Just kind of gives you a bit more, you know, I forgot the word now. Gives you a bit more like info, because, for example, say there's a lot of volume in a candle, right? And the delta's quite high, but the delta percent's quite low. It could indicate that although the delta's high, but the delta percent is low, there was a lot of like battling. There was a lot the opposite side going on as well. But if the delta percent is high as well, that means in that moment, in that candle, it was just pure buyers. Do you know what I mean? Like buyers were just, no one even wanted to sell. So you can kind of, do you know what I mean? You can kind of figure out, like, also gives you context on the delta. I hope that kind of makes sense. Is that only on that Go chart? No, you can find it on other platforms. Like Sierra Charts had it. So many different platforms had it, but this Go charting one has it as well. And they have actually a ton. Like that's the only ones I actually put up. But if you go into the settings, like what's actually really cool, and I'm going to do some tests with it. Oops, where is it? How do I open up the? Is this it? No. Bear with me. Here it is. If I open up the settings for it, I can add even like the amount of trades taken, which I find quite cool. Because if you do a bit of math in your head, you can kind of figure out, like if there was one individual taking a big trade, or if it was loads of people taking trades, do you know what I mean? And you can even code stuff within this platform. So I might get something made where it just takes the amount of trades divided by total volume, and then it gives me an average of the size of each trade. If that average is quite high for the buy side or high for the sell side, it can give me an indication whether there are big players on board, if that makes sense. So I might get something like that coded as well and added in. But it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But yeah, that is. Oh, what's happening with the trade? Yeah, it's just kind of. I'll leave it till the last few minutes and then I'll close out. But we'll let it run. So, what are you guys doing on the weekend? Any good plans?
For me, got a kids pool party happening today. Actually, once I get off of here, that's about it. We normally go to the beach, meet up with everybody on Saturdays, go snorkeling.
Sorry, guy, can I share quickly?
Yeah, of course, of course.
Just took a short to finish the week, just to same setup.
What are you trying to do to me here?
So first thing,
I'm in a buy and you take a short.
It's ES. So I like just the supply. Took the previous high, closed red, and we have some big clusters here at the top on the 15 minutes. So into the supply. So I was assuming that maybe they would get absorbed, come back a little bit for deep retracements, and then the confirmation was this candle right here. Took the previous high, closed red, and sold from here. Normally the take profit should be here, but let's leave it around to see. Sorry, Sam, it just no.
Oh man, my trade's in drawdown now. Aymane, what have you done to me? The trade was going so well, and then Aymane stepped in.
For me, just
Aymane
I
just
like
couldn't help himself. Oh man, I think I need to get out of this trade soon.
It's still.
I'm about to close my trade anyway.
Sorry,
yeah. I'm about to go ahead and close this trade on USD CAD.
Do you want to show it?
Yeah. I'm about to basically break even on this trade. I'm gonna close this one first.
Very good.
Basically broke even on this. Nothing major. That was it. I don't even know what it's gonna do. I actually thought it would be up quicker than that, but it wasn't. But once again, that's NFP Friday for you for sure.
I'm gonna close out as well. Oh, come on. Is that minus 50 cents? Just come on, go up a little bit. At least give me that. Aymane, what have you done? It was going so well. Literally, the moment Aymane start talking, it dropped down. There we go. $3.50. I'll take the $3.50. We're done.
Yeah. So let's watch it until the last minutes, and then we will close it together.
I've already closed it. I took mine. You've got me worried now that it's gonna.
Some sellers here, come on, push just to come back to this level here. It will be nice, but we will see. Okay, let's go break even.
Damn, it's time to move down. You have how many seconds are left until 30 seconds, and then it's time. Robert goes, I'll give you a 1 week update for me. Monday, I broke my rules, took 1K loss on the account, stayed within the rules, and lost 600 on the second sacrifice account. Fast forward to staying within the rules.
Yeah, 11 seconds.
It happens, man. It happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
Maybe it will be straight continuation. Let's see. Whoa.
Oh.
You see that? Whoa.
What the hell happened there?
It's
what?
You can't get.
Whoa.
I shouldn't laugh.
Sam, you are funny.
Shut up out of nowhere.
Sam is laughing and he said, I shouldn't laugh.
Whoa!
You see how
Have you looked at the volume? That's insane. I should have stayed in my buy, but never mind. Should have trusted my original analysis. But guys, that is time. I'm assuming something happened.
Had to be.
That was time. Good little ending. That was funny. I'm not gonna lie. It's just... Oh god. Anyway, Aymane, Michael.
Yeah. I don't know.
Great session as always.
I don't know what's happening.
Right.
Coach Sam, Michael, thank
Have a
you
good,
very much.
good weekend. We'll catch you
All
next
right,
week.
guys. Take it easy.
Awesome. Take care, guys. See you, Robert, as well.
All right, Robert.